Hi. Hey, it's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 9:45 p.m. on not 12/9/2024. I just slept for 12 hours after waking up at 7:45 in the fucking morning to go to an eye doctor, and then I drank beer and I sang for I don't know, like 5 hours or something, and then I slept from 1 until like 10 p.m. or something, and now I'm here to start my shift. And tonight I'll be playing some Rust, some Eve, and some FFXI. Yep, and we'll go back. I played a lot of Fortnite today. I got a bunch of thirds and seconds, but I didn't win. It's kind of annoying, but And and so I will be loading some games and stuff. And that's all I have for you today. I'll be recording, and it'll be a long session at night. I'm excited to start. After a long sleep, and that's all I have. So I'm gonna switch it off to big face, and the stream is about to go live. There we go. Yep, I'm gonna get into the various characters. Oops. Damn it. I have my headphones plugged in. I have 1.6 bill. 1.6 billion. What? When I went to bed, I had like 600 million. I had like 637, something like that. When I wake up, I'm a billion richer. I like that. I like that. There's 7 people on the zombie server. Okay, we go to work now. This game looks better in HDR. It's like darker with like richer colors and stuff. I think I want to launch some Caves of Cud as well. Been thinking about Caves of Cud a lot. I love that game, and they just had their 1.0 release, so I want to play it. Give them some time. Blow my nose. Oh, really? Caves of Cud? Even Caves of Cud is EAC, which is just horrible. Fucking horrible. I used to be able to play this game while Russ was on. What the hell? But nothing's changed. That cord has not come out of its jack. Stop saying that it did. Stop saying that this came out of his jacket. It didn't come out of his jacket. It is not moved. Kill that bear. I'm just gonna unplug the cord. The cord's driving me crazy. Stop it. I haven't moved at all, and you're acting like I'm unplugging and replugging, unplugging and replugging, and unplugging and replugging. And that's because of Windows. It's not because of the cord. It's fucking stupid. The cord is not unplugging and replugging. Ooh, 8 people on. Did the bear die? I think the bear died. They killed the bear out here, but I don't see the corpse. No, the bear didn't die.
Warp drive active. Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oops.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Why won't you do this? You're so annoying. POSDs.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm gonna start the Philip DeFranco over.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. Today is Monday, December 9th. There is a lot of news to talk about today, but the first thing we have to talk about today is Luigi Mangione. Right, because Luigi, at this point, is still considered the strong person of interest in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, and he was arrested on firearm charges in Pennsylvania. And all of this after, of course, Thompson was shot in Midtown Manhattan back on Wednesday morning, and there's been a major manhunt for the gunman ever since. Now, as far as how Mangione got identified, it wasn't actually in connection with the United Healthcare CEO shooter lookalike contest, which is, yes, a real thing that happened, but rather it apparently happened at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania where the NYPD said that he was recognized by an employee. And with this, the police said that they recovered a weapon consistent with the one used in the murder, as well as a fake New Jersey ID that matched the one that the suspect used to check into a hostel in New York. And according to the NYPD, the weapon appears to be a ghost gun that may have been made by a 3D printer, though they need to run further tests on it, with Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch adding.
Additionally, officers recovered a handwritten document that speaks to both his motivation and mindset.
With NYPD officials saying that the document was 3 pages long, right now it doesn't look like there were any specific threats to others listed in it, but it does show ill will towards corporate America. With a minute reportedly saying these parasites are also apologizing for any trauma he's caused, but emphasizing that it, quote,
This is a CIA
in terms
plot.
of how else they found this guy, you had officials pointing to the surveillance pictures of the person of interest.
The images that we shared with the public were spread far and wide, and the tips we received led to the recovery of crucial evidence. We should never underestimate the power of the public to be our eyes and our ears in these investigations.
The authorities also didn't give too many details about Luigi, but said that he was born and raised in Maryland, had ties to San Francisco, potentially went to school in Pennsylvania, and that his last known address was in Hawaii. And currently, the NYPD also believes that he acted alone, though the investigation is still ongoing. But I will say it appears that
They're always from
more and more
Hawaii.
about this guy by the second, and that is because right now the public is digging up everything they can find about him on social media, with that ranging from his background, travel photos, as well as his Goodreads account. For example,
What?
people sharing this quote from Dr. Seuss he allegedly liked and tagged under activism, meaning unless
Someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better.
someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. As well as allegedly books about back pain that he seemingly read, with many then connecting it back to his x-ray and his Twitter header. You've also got others trying to get a glimpse into his politics by looking at who he followed, which included people like Trevor Noah and AOC to RFK Jr. and Joe Rogan. And then regarding more of his background, you had the New York Times reporting that he was valedictorian at an expensive private high School in Baltimore. But as a filming, that is everything we know, though, because of the breaking nature of it all, there's going to be more details coming up. So with that, well, obviously, we're going to keep eyes on this and talk about this more. In the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts on any and all aspects of this whole story and situation in those comments down below. And then, this Daniel Penny news is genuinely huge, because depending on your perspective or where you're going on the internet, it is either a hero now being vindicated or a profound miscarriage of justice. Because Daniel Penny has announced 26-year-old Marine who was charged with the chokehold death on the New York City subway of Jordan Neely back in spring of last year. And with that, Jordan Neely was a 30-year-old homeless Michael Jackson impersonator with a history of mental illness and drug use. And according to witnesses, when Neely entered the train car, he acted erratically, he was yelling that he was hungry, and allegedly made vague threats. So according to reports, Penny came up from behind and pulled him to the floor in a chokehold for as long as 6 minutes, all while there were bystanders filming videos that went viral. But then, despite EMT's efforts to resuscitate him, Neely never woke up, and Penny later got charged with second-degree manslaughter. Now, with all this, you had Penny's lawyers arguing that he just acted lawfully in defense of these other passengers who didn't know whether Neely had any weapons or not, with also several subway riders testifying that they were terrified Neely was going to attack and felt relieved when Penny did something. But then, on the other side, you had the prosecutor saying, hey, I actually agree that Penny intended to protect his fellow passengers, but she added the caveat, he just didn't recognize that Jordan Neely's life, too, needed to be preserved. And arguing the defendant used way too much force for way too long in way too reckless of a manner. But they're also arguing there that Penny kept Neely in the chokehold even after the man stopped moving and other passengers cautioned him to loosen his grip. And with that, you actually had the Marine Corps martial arts expert who trained Penny testifying that Penny was aware the holds could be lethal. But then you had the defense calling their own medical expert to the stand who claimed that the chokehold alone didn't kill Neely, arguing instead that it was a mix of factors that led to his death, including a sickle cell crisis, a schizophrenic episode, K2 intoxication, and in part, Penny's chokehold. With that notably contradicting the medical examiner who didn't have the toxicology report at the time that they ruled the official cause of death to be compression of the neck. Though also a big thing there is they stated at trial, quote, no toxicological result imaginable was going to change my opinion, even if they showed enough fentanyl to put down an elephant. And so ultimately, after each side gave their closing arguments, the 12-person jury deliberated all throughout last week in Manhattan, with us then getting the news on Friday that they returned to the courtroom just to announce that they couldn't agree on a verdict. So from there, we saw the judge and the prosecutor agreeing to throw out the manslaughter charge, which would have carried a sentence of up to 15 years. And instead, they're allowing the jury to consider a lesser alternative charge of criminally negligent homicide, with that carrying a maximum sentence of just 4 years, though the judge could give him no prison time at all. But now, the big update today is that the jury came back with another announcement, and this time they had reached a unanimous verdict. Daniel Penny is not guilty of criminally negligent homicide, with one half of the protesters outside celebrating the news and the other angry, with those different sentiments obviously expanding to the internet as well, with the likes of Ben Shapiro saying this trial never should have taken place. America needs more men like Daniel Penny. America needs fewer prosecutors like Alvin Bragg, as well as Meghan McCain adding, I don't think the left fully grasps how much they are radicalizing people when a Marine who saved a bunch of people on the subway from a violent person with mental illness yelling someone is going to die today is demonized, as well as some on the other side like Mehdi Hassan saying, just imagine if Jordan Neely had been white and Daniel Penny was black. Imagine what some of the folks defending Penny today would be saying. And the NAACP writing, the acquittal of Daniel Penny in the death of Jordan Neely has effectively given license for vigilante justice to be waged on the black community without consequence. It's a painful reminder of the inequities in our justice system. Jordan deserved compassion. Instead, he was met with violence. Now, as far as what is next here, the situation is not over for Penny, right? And that because Neely's father separately filed a lawsuit in New York Supreme Court last week accusing Penny of assault, battery, and causing Neely's death. And so while we're gonna have to wait to see what happens there, the main takeaway, at least for today, is that Penny is not going to prison. And whether you're happy or not about that news, I'd love to know your thoughts about why down below. But then, quick breather from the news. I gotta say, it has been fun for me to learn how you guys are using your SeatGeek winnings. From concerts and Broadway shows to sporting events, our weekly SeatGeek.
Why are the Republicans always worried about some random act of violence in the fucking press?
SeatGeek is the #1 rated live event ticket.
It's about the only thing you couldn't ever really affect. Oh, there was a really violent subway murder. Yeah, there was. Yeah, but the guy's dead now. Why you're drumming it around in the fucking press to push your right-wing ideology about how poor people are going crazy and robbing people on the subway or whatever. It's just fucking weird. It's fucking weird. Like, you use this all the time. Like, the lawyer wouldn't be down with it. No one's down with it, really. Your alarmism about these fucking court cases all of the fucking time is not so good. How that missed is beyond me. How did that miss? I didn't miss that fucking dog. I've got to stop to go to the restroom. I'm terribly sorry. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Had to go to the restroom. There we go. Now, I need to double check my YouTube status. Okay. I'll turn on the video again.
Million downloads and access to a wide array of entertainment to get you and a loved one out of the house. My team worked with SeatGeek to extend the $500 giveaway, and if you haven't entered yet, just do it. Like, next week's winner could be you. Simply add code PDS to your SeatGeek account, get $10 off, and you could be one of our lucky weekly winners. That's $500 in credit towards any of SeatGeek's 70,000 events. And also, if you're new to SeatGeek, you can add code Phil for $20 off your first purchase. But again, SeatGeek vets can add code PDS, which gets you $10 off any purchase, and again, you'll be entered for your chance at the $500 SeatGeek credit, no purchase necessary. And then, so Jay-Z officially has a 100th problem, and it is not a small one.
God.
Jay-Z is now being accused of raping a teenage girl alongside Diddy. Right? It kind of felt like the internet was waiting for this to drop, because ever since Diddy was indicted back in September, there had just been a ton of rumors and reports that other celebrities would be named in legal action, with there being a ton of claims, including that A-listers knew about and even participated in Diddy's alleged freak-offs. And yesterday, we saw it actually happen. Now, the case in question here actually involves a lawsuit that was first filed in October, with it at the time naming Diddy and mentioning 2 other unnamed celebrities, but now it's been refiled to say that one of those celebrities was Jay-Z. And because I actually covered this when it was first filed, some of the allegations might sound a little familiar. With this new suit claiming that Diddy and Jay-Z drugged and raped a 13-year-old girl at a VMA's after party in 2000. And this, as it claims, another celebrity stood by and watched as both took turns assaulting her. Now, as far as how these allegations unfolded, you had the lawsuit claiming that the girl was trying to get into the VMAs.
Who's the other celebrity?
Inviting her to an after party.
Who's the other celebrity?
She was at that party. She was asked to sign a document, which she now believes was an NDA, but saying that she was never given a copy. With her then going on to claim that she accepted a drink that made her feel woozy, so she went to a room to lie down, and that is when Diddy, Jay-Z, and an unnamed female celebrity walked in, with Jay-Z specifically being accused of undressing and raping the teenage girl first, and Diddy going after, with the girl only escaping after hitting Diddy in the neck. With the lawsuit then adding that after this alleged assault, she fell into a deep depression which continues to affect every facet of her life, adding that she also suffers from PTSD and a seizure disorder caused by the trauma, and the suit accuses Jay-Z of harassing the alleged victim, claiming there that before this updated complaint was filed, Jay-Z received a letter from her counsel requesting mediation, but, quote, Jay-Z responded to said letter by not only filing an utterly frivolous lawsuit, but by also orchestrating a conspiracy of harassment, bullying, and intimidation against plaintiffs' lawyers, their families, employees, and former associates in an attempt to silence plaintiff from naming Jay-Z. With that, saying that this effort didn't work and actually encouraged the victim to list him in the lawsuit. And with this, you're the lawsuit trying to paint Diddy and Jay-Z as being incredibly close. We're saying that their relationship, it went past just being collaborators.
Oh, they're butt buddies.
Saying in fact so close that Jay-Z is allegedly the only person aside from Diddy's mom that's allowed to call him by his legal name of Sean. Now for his part, Diddy's legal team gave a statement to NBC News saying the lawsuits being filed against him are shameless publicity stunts full of lies, though the response that's getting the most attention right now is Jay-Z's. And that is because he posted a statement to Rock Nation social media accounts railing against the victim's lawyer, Tony Busby, saying there, my lawyer received a blackmail attempt called a demand letter from a, quote, lawyer named Tony Busby. What he had calculated was the nature of these allegations and the public scrutiny would make me want to settle. No, sir, it had the opposite effect. It made me want to expose you for the fraud you are in a very public fashion. So no, I will not give you one red penny. These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. With him then going on to try to discredit Busby's previous cases as well as his time in the Marines and then calling him an ambulance chaser in a cheap suit. With Jay-Z going on to say, my only heartbreak is for my family. My wife and I will have to sit our children down, one of whom is at the age where her friends will surely see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims. And going on to say, you have made a terrible error.
Did you rape that girl, Daddy?
All celebrities are the same. I'm not from your world.
It's not funny, but you probably did. You probably did.
We protect children. You seem to exploit people for personal gain. With that, then leading to a whole back and forth with Busby issuing a statement saying that the only thing Jay-Z failed to mention in his response is that, quote, my firm sent his lawyer a demand letter on behalf of an alleged victim, and that victim never demanded a penny from him. Instead, she only sought a confidential mediation. And saying, as far as the allegations in the complaint filed, we will let the filing speak for itself and will litigate the facts in court, not in the media. And then, this morning, we got an update when Jay-Z filed a motion asking for the victim to either reveal herself or dismiss the case. And in general, we've seen a lot of different reactions in a lot of different places. Right? Some were quick to defend Jay-Z, others slammed his response. Meanwhile, there's also this whole other group just waiting for more shoes to drop in terms of other celebrities being named in the Diddy case. And so as we're seeing,
is it all of Hollywood?
In the meantime, I gotta ask you,
it's all of Hollywood rapists. That's kind of the humans that I know. Not that I know, but like that's usually what they end up doing. So like it's all of Hollywood Diddy rapists. I mean, we kind of wonder, you were at the Diddy parties, you know, like it's just the assumption that we make. We all kind of assume that you're drugged out whores, you know. I don't know. You know. Bad assumption to make? Bad assumption, or
TikTok fucked? Like, is it over? Because things are not looking good right now, right? Because as you might have seen, a federal court has now upheld the law signed by Biden back in April that forces TikTok's owner, ByteDance, to sell to a non-Chinese company or face being banned in the United States. With a deadline for that, right? The line in the sand being January 19th, the day before Donald Trump is sworn into office. And all of this is we've seen lawmakers on both sides of the aisle and intelligence officials arguing that this move is necessary because of TikTok's ownership under a Chinese company is a threat to national security. And specifically, they're arguing that the Chinese government could pressure the private company to hand over Americans' data or push propaganda. Though this notably as they have not provided evidence of those claims and TikTok has denied them fiercely. With them, among other things, filing a lawsuit arguing that the legislation violated the First Amendment and unfairly targeted the company. But what we saw there was a 3-judge panel in the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit ruling unanimously against TikTok, effectively denying its effort to overturn the law. With the judges specifically arguing that the law was carefully crafted to deal with only control by a foreign adversary, and so it didn't violate the First Amendment. And then also adding, the government acted solely to protect that freedom from a foreign adversary nation and to limit that adversary's ability to gather data on people in the United States. And all of this is the chief judge on the panel also acknowledged that many Americans could lose access to an outlet for expression, a source of community, and even a means of income. But then also adding there, Congress judged it necessary to assume that risk given the grave national security threats it perceived, and the courts are not in a position to set it aside. And so now with this, we've seen a lot of free speech advocates condemning the move, with TikTok itself also slamming the decision as outright censorship of the American people. With a key thing being that TikTok also indicated that it would take the matter to the Supreme Court, arguing that the High Court has an established historical record of protecting Americans' right to free speech, and we expect they will do just that on this important constitutional issue.
Yeah, me too. I expect them to do that too.
This morning, we saw TikTok filing a motion asking the Federal Appeals Court to pause the law from taking effect to give the Supreme Court enough time to consider whether to take the case and allow Trump to weigh in.
I like how flowery that was. They were like, we've trusted them to defend free speech forever. They've done it. They're the SCOTUS. They'll defend free speech. They've always defended free speech. And trying to ban social media is not free speech, is it? Not really. I mean, I get why they want to do it. It's brain rot. But is it really free speech to just full-blown kill a social media platform? I wouldn't really say it is. I wouldn't say that's free speech. I think that's quite the opposite. You've killed a social media platform that people can't talk on anymore. It's pretty much anti-free speech. It sucks. Like, I wouldn't mind if TikTok disappeared. You know, I actually kind of get what you're after. It's killing the brain rot. But you can't kill the brain rot by just outright blocking people from speaking. Ooh, a fridge and a gear. Gears are really good for upping the base's survivability. Ooh. I love peacefully farming the road on the zombie server. It's one of my favorite things to do. It's quiet. I could maybe deal with a ganker here, but it's like, oh well, it's running the road with a fucking nail gun. Who cares? You know? I don't care about that. Get some XP, shoot some zombies.
TikTok, which of course, as we talked about, was a complete 180 from his first term, where he became one of the app's biggest opponents and actively tried to ban it. Though this also, as far as like what Trump could actually do here, that's not entirely clear, because in order for the law to be fully repealed, it would take an act of Congress. So among the possible actions, you could see Trump directing his new attorney general to not enforce the law, but that also could be tricky because the way the ban is enforced is by penalizing app stores if they continue to offer TikTok, right? And so it's widely believed that Apple and Google would probably be wary about disobeying an actual law just based on the word. Though additionally here, there's a provision in the law that allows the president to determine whether a sale or similar transaction successfully removes TikTok from foreign adversary control. We're seeing some experts here speculating that ByteDance could make serious structural changes to meet those requirements, and Trump could then approve and allow the app to continue operating, or because Trump has the president.
It's funny, one of the first things he did was try to kill free speech and kill TikTok. It's kind of insane. One of the first things that we said he would do, which is, you know, his tyrant ass is killing free speech, and yep, that's pretty much the first thing he did. It'll just get worse from there. It's insane. Like the overt right-wing tyranny, like what it actually represents. The first thing they try to do is kill TikTok. It's insane. It's like, and the first thing on the docket is TikTok, and it's like sort of weird. It's like a little weird. It's like a weird thing.
And the Republicans will have both houses of Congress. There is a world potentially where Trump says, hey, I know a number of the Republicans voted this way before, but I'm the leader, do as I say, and then he instructs them to vote against it, like for a new law. But then there's a question of, would he actually have the numbers there? But then also at the same time, you have many experts questioning Trump's commitment to TikTok, especially given how hawkish he is on China. There was some also noting here that Congress passed this law after closed-door intelligence briefings about the threats posed by TikTok's Chinese ownership, and so Trump could change his mind once he takes office and gets briefed on the same information. And that is kind of it, right? Outside of that, TikTok doesn't really have many other avenues for survival in the States. Or there's always technically the possibility that ByteDance is caved to the law and they'll sell now that their attempt to block the law has been shut down by the appeals court. But I mean, one, they have repeatedly refused to do so, and two,
so many zombies have come.
Algorithm would probably get
Can I get done with this pack, please?
Right, so if they decided to sell TikTok, it would be a shell of the platform without the algorithm that makes the app what it is. Right, because as far as the Supreme Court's role in all this, multiple experts have said that if the justices agree to take up the case, they would then just likely uphold the decision made by the appeals court and allow the law to live on. And then finally, with all this, right, as far as like how this would affect you, you would still likely be able to use TikTok if you downloaded the app before the ban, but you wouldn't be able to receive updates. So it's believed that it would just eventually turn into a buggy nightmare. But for now, we'll have to wait to see what happens with the Trump of it all. But then in a quick break,
that's how it's gonna work.
Outside of the box gift idea for a loved one or even yourself. Because, you know, you've heard me talk about how I think my metabolism is my body's engine, turning the food you eat into fuel. And a healthy metabolism is flexible, switching between fuel sources, fats and carbs based on availability and energy.
But I mean, they do that all the time. They let things fall to the wayside in terms of software and become buggy messes all the time. We're used to that. That's this whole drama was about ending support for TikTok and letting it become a buggy mess. It's already a buggy mess. What are you talking about? That's nothing at all. That you didn't ban TikTok. You banned the update of TikTok. You're fucking dumb. You didn't ban TikTok, you fucking liars. You fucking made it a buggy piece of shit. It was already a buggy piece of shit. I mean, like, come on now. Like, that was all you, like, you want TikTok to be buggy for people who haven't been able to update it in like 5 years. That seems fucking weird. Just ban TikTok and make the distribution of it illegal. But you don't have any real power unless it's to make us suffer. You can't actually stop TikTok. You can only like stop the update of TikTok. It seems really weird. Like, when it comes down to actual power, the government doesn't really have any. They just like say they do something, and then yeah, I guess, you know, they might not update TikTok, but yeah, I don't really see how that's banning TikTok. That is not banning TikTok. This whole fucking shebang, all that drama for weeks that we've heard, like, TikTok ban, TikTok ban, TikTok ban. And the whole thing was bullshit. You're not going to ban it. You're just going to stop the update of it. You're fucking horseshit. You're horseshit. The way that you do things is just horseshit. It's stupid. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to do about your idiocy, but like you didn't ban TikTok. You didn't ban TikTok. Stop talking about banning TikTok. You banned the update of TikTok. That is not banning TikTok. That is just making another piece of shit software a little bit more buggy. So the software developers get a little bit more buggy and a little bit more corrupt and a little bit more fucked up. That is not banning TikTok. That is just another piece of buggy ass piece of shit software. So you can just make the software more buggy. Your argument to banning TikTok is to not update it anymore. You're so fucking stupid. You're stupid at what you do. You're stupid at running the government. You're stupid at banning TikTok. You're stupid at being everything that you are. You're stupid at being humanity. You're stupid at banning TikTok. You're just stupid. The way that you go about things is stupid. Banning the update of the fucking TikTok just bans the update of the TikTok. I can ban the update of Skycatlive. It doesn't stop Skycatlive. I can just stop the update of Skycatlive. It wouldn't matter. I could still run for 90 years. You're fucking stupid. Stopping the update of TikTok is not banning the TikTok. For 2 years, you've been spinning this goddamn news cycle like, I'm going to ban TikTok. I'm going to ban TikTok. I'm going to end free speech, blah, blah, blah. And it's like when it comes down to it, you're like, no, I'm going to ban the update of TikTok. And it's so stupid. The worthless piece of shit power figures and the way that they go about executing everything that they do is completely worthless. They've lost the government. They've lost the SCOTUS. They don't have any power. I knew this TikTok thing was a joke. You want to know how I knew? There's a software developer involved. If there's a software developer involved, the entire thing, from the software developer's life to the code that they produce to the platform that they created to the media to the response to it, and everything involved is broken, stupid, and completely disproportionate. If there's a software developer involved, you can guarantee that it's just mostly going to be a failure. If you try and ban the software, it's going to be a failure. Anything involving the software developer is a fucking failure. We knew the minute that this came up that you weren't going to be able to ban TikTok because it's a piece of software. There's a software developer involved. All the world's evil will flex against you, and you won't be able to ban TikTok. It's insane. I knew you wouldn't be able to ban TikTok. There's a software developer involved. Anytime you involve software developers, you just get evil and rape and sorrow and problems and bullshit. And it just, I knew the whole thing was going to be a failure. You started mentioning this in the press like 18 months ago. We're going to ban TikTok. And I'm like, there's a software developer involved. Just by the nature of that, you're going to fail in everything that you do involving it, including trying to ban it. There's a software developer involved. There's no laws. It's software. There's no laws in software. You can't ban a piece of software platform, social media platform. It's software. We've never made a goddamn law for the software developers. Not one now. We don't have one now. You can't ban fucking TikTok. It's software developers. They don't have any laws. They don't obey any laws. They're the they're the Hitlers of the new age. They don't obey any laws. They're just out to kill Jews, like the IBM in the Holocaust, and sell their software. They don't care about laws or rules or social media and kids or anything like that. It's a software developer. There's no solution here except failure. That's the only thing that'll ever happen. It's a software developer. The only thing that'll ever happen with the software developer is failure. That's it. You can count on it. Like I've learned after watching it for 25 years, that the only thing you can ever count on with a software developer at all, is failure. That's it. Failure. That's the only thing you can count on. If there's a software developer involved, you definitely can't count on the banning of TikTok if there's a software developer involved. They're lawless. There's never been a law enacted for a software developer, and there won't be now. You're not going to stop that software. You don't. They're software developers. You're not going to do shit. You aren't going to do shit. It's a software developer. You're so goddamn incompetent when it comes to software development, and their lawless piece of shit Wild West fucking, their industry. There's no laws. You're not going to ban TikTok or anything like that. It's a software developer. You've never enacted a law or ever upheld a law when it comes to a software developer. You've never done that. And no, I'm not kidding. You've never upheld a law if there's a software developer involved at all. What I'm talking about is like you want to rape somebody, get into software development. Software developers don't get convicted of rape. Nobody in the software development industry gets convicted of anything. It's the worst piece of shit mafia criminal enterprise that there is. It's the worst one. We knew that nothing will happen to TikTok or anything at all because there's a software developer involved. They're lawless. You've never ever actually ever made a law involving software that stuck or worked. You've just never done it. You've never managed to do it. You've never managed to actually make a law. Oh, there's a bow being shot at me. God damn dumb. Fucking dumb. Who is this? Oh, it's a piece of shit brain dead moron. Right on time. Fucking right on time. Piece of shit brain dead moron. Great. Missing his shots as usual, sucking billions and billions of bags of dicks. Piece of shit brain dead moron alert! 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 Woo woo! Piece of shit brain dead moron alert! Piece of shit brain dead moron alert! Piece of shit brain dead moron alert! Woo woo! Piece of shit brain dead cocksucking loser brain dead moron alert! Piece of shit brain dead cocksucking moron alert! Piece of shit brain dead cocksucker alert! Oh, piece of shit brain dead cocksucker alert! Where?
Device that switched up my decision making from the time I wake up and really throughout the day. You just breathe into this device first thing in the morning and you'll know what's going on with your metabolism, whether you're burning mostly fats or carbs. And then it gives recommendations to improve your metabolic health. I mean, this thing's just cool. I breathe into it before and after workouts and meals to know exactly what's happening in my body in real time. And it gives me tips to keep me on top of my health game. And with all the running and weighted hiking that I've been doing lately, this tool has been incredibly helpful in letting me know if I have more energy than I thought or no, it's time to fuel up. So if you want to take the next step in improving your energy and health, go to lumen.me/DeFranco to get 15% off your Lumen. That's LUMEN.me/DeFranco for 15% off your purchase. And thank you, Lumen, for sponsoring today's show. And then we need to talk about everything that just went down in Syria because it is a lot, it is messy, and it is game-changing. Right? Because after nearly 2 decades of civil war, the rule of the Assad family has ended after just a few weeks with Bashar al-Assad and his family reportedly fleeing the country to Russia. With the footage from the capital of
An arrow whizzes by my face as he inevitably fires and misses every single shot. And you can hear and feel the brain dead fucking IQ of the entire room sinking quickly. Like it's like oxygen in a room full of poison or gas or something like that. You can feel the IQ of the you can feel the IQ of the room sinking. As the brain dead piece of shit moron alert goes off and a room temperature Ronaldo shows up and spawns like a wild idiot has appeared, you know? And like in the fucking IQ of the room starts to suck down because of the fucking steel trap that is his retard mind. You can feel the IQ in the room start to suck into the black void that is his soul. And you're like, oh no, piece of shit brain dead cocksucker alert. And you just leave. You're like, oh my god, oh no. Like, oh no, I can feel the IQ being sucked out of the room by this brain dead fucking piece of shit moron. Brain dead piece of shit moron alert. Brain dead piece of shit moron alert. What am I gonna do? I don't know. Gotta leave before the IQ in the room is completely zero. You can feel the IQ being sucked out of the room from like, I don't know, 170 meters away or something. It's like literally like when a Nazgul approaches, you can hear the screeching and all the hail, you know, all the wailing of hell, right? You can hear like the IQ of all the humans around going as this piece of shit brain dead moron comes within 200 meters of you, and you can feel the IQ being sucked out of the air as the piece of shit loser, like literally the possible success in the room is being sucked to zero as the person comes anywhere near you. Like, oh, piece of shit brain dead moron alert. Woo! You can feel the IQ in the room being sucked away as he approaches, and you're like, oh no, it's a Kako demon and it smells like shit, and the IQ is being sucked out of the room. He smells bad, he looks bad, he's a piece of shit, and his brain dead cocksuckery is sucking the IQ out of the fucking room. You can hear it from 200 meters away. You can literally hear it. It's like brrr. It makes this brown noise when it approaches. It's like brrr, I gotta push my piece of shit life over onto you. I gotta push my piece of shit failure life onto you. Brrr. You can hear it from 200 meters away. And you're like, oh no, I can sense the IQ in the room being sucked down to zero by this piece of shit brain dead moron. And you call the alert to everybody around. You're like, piece of shit brain dead moron alert! Piece of shit brain dead moron alert! Room temperature Ronaldo! Room temperature Ronaldo coming! And you run for the hills. You're like, oh no, the IQ is sucking out of the room, and the failure, the lights start to dim, you know? The lights in the room start to dim as the loser literally like sucks the light and the IQ out of the room. And you're like, oh no, I gotta get away. Bye! And you leave. You leave. You got to get away from it. Are you going to catch loser? You know, it's like literally, oh no, I'm going to get loser all over me, and then I'm going to get a loser disease. Stay away from me. I'm going to get loser all over me, and I'm going to get loser sickness. No, stay away. Stay away. Oh, what's that? What's that sound? Ugh, what's that smell? Oh no, it's basement dweller, piece of shit, brain dead moron, room temperature Ronaldo. Oh no, I can sense the IQ draining out of the room from 200 meters away as he approaches. Oh no, it smells like farts and loserhood. Oh no, it's a born loser. Get away. Oh, it smells so bad. Basement dweller, retard, shithead alert. Basement dweller, piece of shit, moron alert. Basement dweller, piece of shit, moron alert. Where? Gotta get away. Gotta get away. Like, oh no, what's that smell? What's that sound? Oh no, it's a piece of shit brain dead like loser. Oh no, piece of shit brain dead a loser. Run! Oh no, he's sucking the IQ and it smells like a sewer. The sewer's boiled over and a piece of shit brain dead moron has attacked and spawned. Oh no, get away from here. It's backcountry. Full of piece of shit brain dead moron alert. Piece of shit brain dead moron alert. You know, like weird. Get away from the piece of shit brain dead moron before he sucks the IQ out of the room. Oh no. It's like, and this happens every day, sometimes 5 or 10 times a day. I just want to like actually paint it to you guys what it actually is. Like you can like see them spawn and you're like, oh no, a piece of shit brain dead moron just spawned. And now he's going to suck the IQ out of the entire 200-meter radius around him and turn everybody that he meets and everybody that he talks to into a fucking loser. Stay the fuck away. It's a born loser. The infection is worse than COVID. You can't get the born loser infection. You can't get it anywhere near you or on you. You know, I'm dead serious. You can't get it anywhere near you or on you. You can't. You got to stay away. Stay away from the piece of shit brain dead morons. You got to stay away. It's like an infection. It's worse than COVID. Piece of shit brain dead moron alert. Piece of shit brain dead moron alert. Where? Gotta get away. I love using this piece of shit brain dead moron for fucking content. It's hilarious. It's like clockwork. It's like, oh, hey, thanks. You make me my dime. You know, I'm up double this month. You know what I'm saying? I'm up double in fucking subs and all this. I'm up double this month because I troll you every single day when the piece of shit brain dead moron alert goes off. They sub to me and they give me money and shit when I troll you to your fucking worthless piece of shit brain dead loser fucking like life, you know? When I'm just allergic to your piece of shit brain dead moron fucking reality. I'm like allergic to it. It's literally, I start sneezing and I'm like, ugh, what's that smell? What's that sound? You can see it coming. You immediately log. You're like, oh no, piece of shit brain dead moron alert. And you get away. You get away immediately. You're like, oh, what's that smell? It smells like skibbity sewer, brain dead fucking basement dweller, piece of shit moron. Oh man, it smells like a mixture of sulfur, farts, and tears. Every time he shows up, it's like a mixture of sulfur, farts, and tears. You can smell it from 200 meters away. It's so gross. You smell the born loser smell, and you're like, oh no, can't get it on me. I don't want any on me. It's like cooties. You're like, get away, born loser alert. Born loser alert. And, you know, the sirens go off and you're like, oh no, what's that sound? It sounds like Silent Hill suddenly. Oh no, it smells like farts and lost dreams and a retard. Get away.
It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Because the liberation of Damascus also came with sobering reminders of what the Assad regime was doing, like the tens of thousands of political prisoners that got free. With just story after heartbreaking story coming out, and also, there were allegations that everyone was given a number and they weren't allowed to use their names. And those stories are a rabbit hole worth going down, but for now, we need to talk about how this happened so quickly, who is behind it, and is this really the end of the war? Starting with that first point, right? It seems like what really screwed over the Assad regime was its major backers, Russia, Iran, and Hezbollah, having lost a lot of their power in the region. You see, Russia used to have a lot of troops in Syria, but they needed them more and more for its war in Ukraine, and that left Iran and Hezbollah. And with that, Iran's presence has always been relatively small.
What's that smell? Smells like skibbity toilet. What's that sound? As arrows whiz by your face because they can't ever land a shot. They're like they're loser. Like the loser is so strong that when they fire a shot, like God steps in or whatever and fouls the shot because they're so foul with the stench of Satan and loserdom and fucking retardation that they miss all their shots, like all of them. I've seen them miss something like 95,000 shots and only ever hit like 18 or something like that. Because like literally God himself or herself steps in and is like, no, you can't land any shots. You're so much of a loser that I'm gonna fucking put a born loser infection on your shots so you can't even land shots. So the arrow always whizzes by your face and you're like, oh God, this born loser, it smells bad, it looks bad. From 200 meters away, you can just see it coming. It's like, oh no, look at that foul miasma on the fucking horizon. It looks like a big giant cloud of farts, you know? And it kind of looks like piss yellow. And it's like, and the loser inside is so dark and retarded and lost that you can't even see the center of the dead star. You can just see like a fucking absence of light in there where the retard has festered and all of the idiot loserhood has infected them. And now instead of blood, they just have farts and disease and retardation running through their blood. And they're inside of that foul miasma of a loser life. And they're like, I've got to get the smell all over you. I've got to get the loser all over you. I gotta get gunk all over you. And they're like, you see him coming from 250 meters away and it's a big black miasma on the horizon. And you're like, oh no, it's a brain dead loser alert. It's like Stalker 2. Emission, get inside, brain dead loser alert, brain dead loser alert. And you call out the emission and all the people go running and they're like, oh no, I don't want the loser on me. I'll smell like loser for 3 weeks. And everybody runs from them. It's hilarious. Everybody around them just runs from them.
Colin, more of the way for the country to
I don't make this shit up. You just, what did they call it? I just journalize about it. I'm just a journal. Yeah, like I don't make this shit up. I don't make up this retard's fucking life. I don't do this. I don't make up this cold, dark, stark piece of shit, born loser reality. They make this shit up as they go. I don't make this shit up. I just chronicle it like some kind of high fantasy thing about Sauron or whatever. Oh, there's a foul demon in the west, and every time that he shows up, a big cloud of farts shows, and everything around him fails as he infects everything around him with his loserhood. And you can see Sauron coming on the horizon, you know, because it looks like a big giant cloud of farts. And you can see all the orcs, and you're like, oh no, this born piece of shit loser is going to infect my Minas Tirith or something with their loser disease. So you just, you know, you put the walls up and you warn the townsfolk. You're like, piece of shit brain dead moron alert, piece of shit brain dead moron alert, and you call it to the hills. You're like, piece of shit brain dead moron alert, Sauron's coming, smell the farts, you know, and you could just, you know, and all the townsfolk are like, oh no, all my crops are gonna fail, and my kids won't get married, and I'll have to pay extra taxes if this guy gets anywhere near me. His loserdom is spreading. It's like this piece of shit brain dead moron disease, and it's like, oh no, I don't want my son to be a tard or whatever. You know, tards live kick-ass lives, but I mean, he still got touched by the brain dead loser, so now he's got brain dead loser, you know, disease. You know, and we don't want brain dead loser disease, so we stay the fuck away from it. You stay away from it all of your life. I'm allergic to it. You start to smell that smell 200 meters away as they start to miss shots on you and miss skanks on you, and they fuck up, and literally their piece of shit brain dead moron loser reality starts to trip up their own steps and their own shots, so they can't even land shots on you. And you watch Satan's own trick play on Satan himself, and he's like, oh damn it, I've done too many deals with the devil or whatever, and now nothing I can ever do is successful. And you can see him trying to fire shots at you as they miss, and you're like, oh no, look at the brain dead piece of shit moron, he's infected with loserdom, and every shot that he fires misses, and every gank that he plans fails, and you know, nothing he ever does is successful, and he can't keep any friends, and he always shows up alone, and it's like really weird. It's like,
weapons to the regime.
Piece of shit brain dead moron alert, piece of shit brain dead moron alert, and you just hear it going off. You're like, oh no, I can't get the foul stench of loserdom on me, or he might infect me with his loser disease.
Hezbollah, which then just kind of left Hezbollah to prop up Assad, then all of that crashing down.
All these piece of shit tyrants, all these loser politicians that they back like Trump and stuff, they've all got piece of shit brain dead moron alert. They do. When Trump enters the room, you hear this where for the entire world. The entire world goes, what's that sound? And they see this foul smog and foul smell on the horizon as the Lord of the shit lords appears, and Palpatine ascends the throne, and a piece of shit cloud of loserdom and tax thievery and wife cheating and fucking, you know, foul fucking Sodom Gomorrah, anti-God, anti-Christian, foul loser piece of shit brain dead morons shows up on the horizon, and everybody runs for their lives, and like, Trump and all of his piece of shit brain dead morons are coming. Run! 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 It's Trump and all his piece of shit brain dead morons. Run! Everything they touch is gonna lose. Everything they touch loses. Oh no, get away.
Trained and low morale troops that were under Assad's control. They put up almost literally no fight when the rebels started.
Piece of shit brain dead moron disease, man. Don't get any on ya. Also, lasagna, don't get piece of shit brain dead moron disease or anywhere near ya or on ya. Also, lasagna, don't get piece of shit brain dead moron disease anywhere near or on ya. And I mean, I'm dead serious. Don't get it anywhere near you or on ya. It like rubs off, you know, because the way that they rub off their entire lives and never touch a woman or whatever. It rubs off. And you're like, oh God, I got it all over me. It's nebulized mackerel juice. It's disgusting piece of shit brain dead loser stink. I can't get it off me. Get it away from me. Get it away. It smells so bad. How long can I make, like, how long can I freely make fun of the piece of shit brain dead moron, you know, before, like, eventually I have to pay the piece of shit brain dead moron tax, you know? How much can I make fun of the piece of shit brain dead cockless fucking moron cocksucker before I have to pay the piece of shit moron brain dead cocksucker disease tax, you know? Sooner or later, I don't want any on me. It smells like skibbity sewer. Just stay away from me, piece of shit, brain dead, like fucking basement dweller, like never touched a woman or ever seen sunlight, fucking piece of shit, brain dead, like moron. Stay away from me.
They're offensive. Which then brings us to the question of, well, who are these rebels? Because despite being described as this cohesive group, I mean, they're more of a loose coalition with the group.
I just had a shower last night and I'm all clean. Stay away from me, piece of shit, brain dead moron. Stay away. Ugh, you smell like loser. I can smell it from 200 meters away as all the arrows miss and all the gangs fail and everything that he does starts to foul and everything around him turns to nothing. You're like, oh, king shitter. You can smell it from 200 meters away. All the shots miss and all the cusses fail and all the chats blocked and all the fucking social media platforms are blocked and like no one talks to him, no one rolls with him, everything around him is kind of dumber. The grass that he stands on turns brown and green and about 85 IQ lower, and he sucks the IQ out of the room and you're like, oh no, I can see it coming. Anybody with a brain can see it coming. You're like, oh no, I can see it coming. It's piece of shit brain dead moron alert. Oh god, piece of shit brain dead moron alert. Piece of shit brain dead moron alert. Run for the hills.
Group HTS at the helm, with HTS actually being a spin-off of a former Al-Qaeda.
I love using this for fucking content because I don't care. Like, you know, I don't care. Like, you know, as long as you keep the piece of shit brain dead moron 200 meters away or whatever, you're fine. You're good. Like, as long as you see the foul cloud on the horizon, you're like, you know, you're kind of good. You're like, it kind of stinks over there where all those piece of shit brain dead morons are. But at least it's not right here.
Steps removed from its hardcore Islamist past. Though with that, understand that doesn't mean those tendencies still aren't there, with the United States still designating them as a terror group. Though you also have the group's leader, Abu Muhammad al
Stinks of hatred and hate looks on Facebook, you know, piece of shit brain dead hater, you know, it stinks of piece of shit brain dead hater. It stinks of foul mackerel, you know, and you're like, oh, what's that dead fish smell? Oh, what's that sound? What's that? Oh, what am I seeing? Oh, the arrows whizzing by my face as they lose before they even begin the engagement or whatever. They've already lost and you can see the arrow like whiz by your face. It's the worst opponent you've ever faced, and as they come at you, they trip constantly and fall on their face. You see them coming and you can see the foul miasma of the stink of a loser from 200 meters away. You see them falling on their face repeatedly as like they fall on rakes. There's a big giant fucking like field of rakes. You can see the born loser coming from 200 meters away and he keeps face planting onto rakes, you know, and he stands up and he walks forward and it's like Sideshow Bob. He steps on the rake and it's like thwack, and he's like fuck, and then he storms at you again. He's like, oh, I gotta get him, I'm a bully, I gotta bully you, and then he steps on a rake again, thwack, and he's like wah, and he keeps running across the field at you and you can smell and see the sky turn black and all the things turn black and green and yellow as they wither away, and all the IQ in the room is starting to suck away as he gets closer and closer. You see him step on a rake, thwack, step on a rake, thwack, step on a rake, thwack. Like Sideshow Bob as he's charging at you, but he keeps stepping on rakes. You like thwack, and he's like, I'm gonna bully you, and he keeps running at you, and then thwack, thwack, thwack as rakes, you know, he keeps stepping on rakes and the rake comes up, thwacks him in the face, and he's like, God damn it, I can't bully you. And I kind of like, you know, slowly walk off and, you know, towards the horizon. I'm like, yeah, he'll eventually get here, but the nature of the failure and the nature of the loser is so strong that he literally thwarts himself. So I don't really need to do anything. I'm like, yeah, I can kind of fight him or care about it, or I could just lament about the piece of shit moron alert and how funny it is. I'm not making fun of him. I'm making fun of the piece of shit moron alert that goes off. Woo, woo. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like woo. You know, like it kind of sounds like it's like cuckoo, cuckoo. It's like it's a piece of shit, brain dead moron, crazy person, and you hear cuckoo, cuckoo from like 200 meters away, and you're like, oh no, what's that sound? All right. I've driven it into the ground. I'm terribly sorry. I just really need you to understand that I've got a piece of shit brain dead moron infestation. And they need to stay away from me because they smell bad and I can see them coming from 200 meters away.
Jelani pushing
so
back
stupid.
against this in an interview with CNN, saying that the label was, quote, primarily political and at the same time inaccurate. With him then going on to argue that the whole reason HTS exists is because
I don't want this money. I don't want this content. I just get this content as I constantly stomp my stream sniper every single fucking day. Like this week, I've killed my own stream sniper like 17 fucking times on stream and taken like fucking like clips and shit of it. It's hilarious. Like 17 times now in the last week, I've stomped my stream sniper and it's hilarious. And like there's this point where it doesn't become a blooper reel anymore. It just becomes this long video that's too boring to watch. There's this point where it doesn't become funny anymore. I've watched it so many times now. After work, I like go and watch the blooper reel of all the times that he's failed, and I look at the evidence in the court case, and I'm like, God damn it! There's so much evidence of how much of a loser he is that honestly, if I were to show this in a court case, I might actually build sympathy in the jury. If I show them how much of a loser he actually is. It's like that's literally the thought that I have when I watch the blooper reel of all the times that he's failed. And I'm like, oh God, this might actually build sympathy for him to the jury in my federal case. If I show them how much of a loser he is and how much he falls on his face all the fucking time, it's literally gonna maybe harm me in my court case. It's like literally at some point when people, like especially women, when they see when they see an idiot fall flat on their face like 2,000 times and step on the rake over and over and over again, even the coldest person has sympathy. They're like, oh, you just have born loser disease and everything that you do fails and everything that you touch turns to shit, and they have sympathy for it. Eventually you get sympathy for it. You're like, oh God, imagine if everything that you do failed like this idiot. If everything that you try to do just fails horribly like that idiot, and you start to have sympathy for it. You're like, man, I hate you because you harass me and fucking bully me all the fucking time. But boy, that loser disease that you have, it literally elicits sympathy in me because I can watch it. I can watch you fail over and 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 over again. Like what just happened on stream. You just watch them fail over and over and over again. And you're like, oh man, it must suck to be that fucking loser. It's just like to be that much of a loser. It must suck. Like I have some sympathy for it. I'm like, man, it must suck to be that much of a fucking loser, man. Like straight up, like what?
Opposed are the most extreme Islamic groups and splintered away. But
like
it still hasn't stopped a lot of people.
It's fun to keep the rant going for like 45 minutes after a 10-second encounter with the loser. I saw the loser once. It was this big dark cloud of farts on the horizon. I stayed away from the loser. It's like your war story that grandpa tells grandkids. I stayed away from the loser. I smelled this foul smell that smelled like Skibbity Toilet and all the foul dregs of the internet and all the harassment of a cyberbully and a bad actor and a digital fucking sadist, and it just stinks. You can smell it from 210 meters away. And I sit down with Johnny and I'm having I have a bottle of Jack and 2 grandkids on my lap, and I'm sitting on the porch with my grandkids and I'm like, I saw the loser once. You could smell him from 200 meters away, and there's this foul stench of the stench of a billion farts, and then there's this black miasma on the skyline as all the shots that he fires at you miss, and everything that he tries to do to you fails, and all the people around, their IQ starts to suck away. You can smell the IQ of the room like descending to zero the closer that he gets. And so I got away from the loser, grandkids. I got away. I stayed away from him. The foul smell of the loser and the king shitter and all the failure that comprises his life. I saw it coming and I got away, and the grandkids are like, good job, granddad. And I'm like, yeah. I got away from the loser. I smelled it coming. I got away.
released. So on that note, you had Jelani saying, people who fear Islamic governance either have seen incorrect implementations of it or do not understand it properly. With him then going on to add that Syria would then transition to a state of governance.
Some people, they want to fight the loser. They want to, like, you know, they want to bow down or like placate or submissively give in to the loser. No, I just see it coming on the horizon and I stay away. It's very simple. You just stay away from it, and all their lives they'll fail. You know. Oh, what's happened? What happened here? No, don't shoot me. It's a Loki, but he doesn't have a tackle. Why? Why am I here?
Drive active.
What is going on? Jump. What happened here? Where am I? I don't know. Oh yeah, I remember now. But oh yeah, I remember now. See, like that guy, you just see the loser and you stay away. You just get away from it. You're like, oh, what's that smell? It's a really unpleasant smell. You know, what's that smell? Oh God! Oh, it's a piece of shit, brain dead moron on the internet. Ugh, smells like a mixture of BO, like 3-month-old, like, you know, fucking basement dweller stank, crusty stank, like Asmongold's house. You know, and like in the death and decay smell of a born loser. You know, and you can smell it coming from like a mile away, and you're like, oh. What's that fucking smell? It smells like all of the suns and all of the stars in the universe dying. What's that smell? You know, it smells like Sauron. Smells like loser. It's you know, you're like, what's that smell? And you're like, ah! And then all these shots start firing at you, but they all miss because it's a born loser with a fucking like a born loser infection. So they can't land any hits. You know, they're not. They have no skill. They're just, you know, they can't land any hits. They're just, you know, they're just losers. You know, they like they fire shots, but they all miss. It's hilarious and it's like weird. And you're like, oh no, all these arrows are whizzing by my face, but none of them ever hit. and that's the first sign. It's kind of like, you know, it's like you know, when there's like a glitch in the Matrix, you get deja vu, right? The first time that a king shitter approaches, you're gonna see a bunch of missed shots. You're going to see a bunch of door gangs, you know, and missed shots, and then all the purview of a born loser, all the gangs that a born loser uses that they know they can get because they have no skill. And it just stinks like that, you know? It stinks of stream snipe and gangs that they can't ever get because that's the only fucking actual kills that they actually ever get is they use dirty tricks, you know? It's sort of weird. And you're like, oh, it smells so bad. Stay away.
And so on. Syria deserves a governing system that is instituted.
I'm sorry, did I drill the loser into the ground and slaughter him enough? Do I have a good enough success rate with the loser here? Did I drill him into the ground and suplex him enough times here? I don't know. Should I go for number 420? I'm at 419. Let's go for number 420, right? Oh my God. Every time that they show up, you can like literally see... You can see the grass die as they walk on it. You're like, oh, the grass is dying. Like there's so much of a loser that they remove the ability they remove the ability for the grass to grow as they walk on it. And they have like the corpse bride disease, you know, and it's like really weird to see it. You know, it's like weird. Have I suplexed them enough? I think I'm going to stop.
Not one way.
At this point, I become the cyberbully. You can kick around the piece of shit brain dead moron for a while. You can kick them around for like 45 minutes when they constantly attack you, you know? But there's this point where even like the coldest person will be like, yeah, dude, you kind of slaughtered this moron like a little too much. You kind of like pushed it a little too far now. And you're just like, you know, you're just kicking a corpse at this point, right? And so I've got to leave the piece of shit brain dead alone. I've got to stop harassing him or I become worse of a bully than he is. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like, all right, fine, I'll stop making fun. I'll stop using the free content that writes itself and making my money off of mocking a fucking piece of shit brain dead moron. You know, right to their fucking face. All right, fine, I'll stop.
decisions. And this is the group reportedly does have experience governing, right? It's been in charge of the large city of Idlib and the surrounding areas for a while now. With on one side, reports there indicating that in some ways it was repressive with things like prisons for political prisoners, but then also at the same time on the other side, you had Jelani showing that he was willing to bend after pushback from residents. And this is, either way, reportedly he's been effective with
it smells
Idlib
so
going
good in
from
here.
one of Syria.
It smells like women and dreams and a loving family and success and a loving, clean, successful home and, you know, a loving, clean, successful, you know, career and success, right? It smells like success. I have the sweet smell of success all over me, right? And I just, you know, and I chill back on my mother and my gangsta lean and I just chill back and I'm like, every once in a while, I'm like, ugh, what's that smell? And it's like I farted, but it's not. It's just the piece of shit brain dead moron. And it's like, so I just go away from the bad smell. I go away from the piece of shit loser. I just go away from it, you know? I just go away from it and it doesn't bother me. And I forget that it exists until I smell it again, you know? And that's what's going to happen here. I'm going to not mention this again for the rest of the stream, you know? I'm going to forget that it even exists until I smell the foul stench of loserhood again when he shoves it in my face again, you know? No one wants to smell your foul loserhood.
Is poorest major cities to one that is effectively run, where they're boasting things like malls, cafes, functioning.
Have the feds talked to you yet? They said they were gonna. You know, have the feds talked to you yet? I'm dead serious too. Have the feds talked to you yet? Maybe that's why you keep showing up, huh? Maybe you're a little bit scared because the feds showed up and scared you a little bit, huh? Have the feds talked to you yet? They kind of want you for several felonies. And you're going to face jail time, a long jail time.
Public services and even 24-hour electricity, which is something that even Damascus didn't have. But this also is ruling what essentially amounts to a single province is much different than an entire country, especially one as diverse as Syria, which has a lot of ethnic and religious minorities, which of course brings up the question of, well, what would happen?
One of the beautiful things about the feds with a capital F, like I don't like the feds, but I use them in this case because I was required to by my family and the police. They're like, yes, you must submit evidence to a federal court case as well. And I was like, I don't want to talk to the feds, and they were like, talk to the feds. You've been attacked, and I was like, all right, fine. So I talked to the feds, and one thing I became very clear is they weren't going to tell me anything. They weren't going to tell me what they were doing. They weren't going to tell me when this was going to happen or what they were going to do. It was very clear that I was never going to be aware of what they were going to do. You know, they were very clear about this. They were like, yeah, we're never going to keep in touch with you or anything, but you know, but thank you for letting us know. We can't have this. And I was like, all right.
Happened to them under a possibly moderate Islamic regime. And notably there, you had Jelani trying to reassure people, saying that there were some violations against minorities by certain individuals during periods.
So every day I ask him, have the feds talked to you yet? He thinks it's a joke and some kind of scare tactic, but no, it's actually like the case. It's like the actual case. Have the feds talked to you yet? You know, I ask him every time he shows up. Like piece of shit brain dead moron alert goes off and I'm like, hey, have the feds talked to you yet? You know, I'm dead serious too. Like, have the feds talked to you yet? Like, they won't tell me what they're going to do, you know, so I'm curious all the time. Have the feds talked to you yet?
Of chaos, but we addressed these issues. And adding, no one has the right to erase another group. These sects have coexisted in this region for hundreds of years, and no one has the right to eliminate them. Also, it's been really interesting with this whole...
It's like the end of that Riddler episode of Batman the Animated Series that you probably haven't seen, but I've seen many times, where it's like, what's a good night of sleep worth? Is harassment worth the loss of a good night of sleep? I don't think so, no. I think they lie awake at night, sweating, thinking that they built a federal case against themselves, because they have, and that inevitably might actually show up, and because it will, you know what I'm saying, it will. And it's like, you couldn't ever pay me to be this sort of like cyberbully criminal loser, because you wouldn't be able to ever sleep well. You constantly wonder if the feds are going to show up the next day, you know? And it's like that it's like, you know, there's the great riddle. What's it, you know, here's a riddle that'll even stump the Riddler, right? What's a good night of sleep worth? Have the feds talked to you yet? What's a good night of sleep worth? You know, it's hilarious. What's a good night of sleep worth? I slept like a fucking baby for 12 hours today because I haven't been a piece of shit brain dead moron like you who harasses people all day. I don't have a brain dead miasma like you. I don't have a brain rot, brain dead piece of shit miasma like you. So I could just laugh in your fucking face and mock you to your fucking face and threaten you with the fucking feds because that's the actual reality of the situation. Have the feds talked to you yet? It's like how I think about this. I'm like, yeah, no, let the feds talk to this person. I don't need to worry about them.
The situation is seeing how the media has portrayed Jelani and his group. And specifically, I mean the recent coverage compared to the past coverage. Because if you just look at Google Trends, you can see
he used to leave hate follows on my chat being like, "Oh, don't call the feds." I was like, no, I did call the feds. I did.
Them out there prior to the past few
I
weeks.
did. Do call the feds when you're being cyberbullied. Do call the feds. Do, especially when you're swatted and stuff. Do call the fucking feds. Do call them. Tell them. Trust me. You'll be happy that you did. You're going to sleep better knowing that they've got a problem, you don't. You're not going to jail, they are. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like, you know,
in Italy.
If they show up at all, they just go to jail for 10 years, you know, for a bunch of felonies and stuff. So they can't show up or ever do anything. You know?
Describing him as a dictator, right? Protests have erupted against another Syrian dictator. And
one of the things that I learned like 3 years ago when I watched a bunch of videos after I got my first stalker, the first one identified himself to me, told me his name, and apologized to it told me who he was. And he was like, "I feel so bad that I treated you this way." And I was like, "Well, okay, I'm not ever gonna like you, but we're just gonna let it go." And I just like stopped being an enemy with him. You know, it was actually a really beautiful, heart-wrenching story, kind of. We just agreed to disagree. He was never gonna like me, and I was never ever gonna bow down to his fucking piece of shit, brain dead moron disease. It just wasn't ever gonna happen. You know, I don't ever bow down to the piece of shit, brain dead moron disease. And when he saw that I was like the unmovable object and he was the unstoppable force, he just gave up and he was like, hey, can we be friends? And I was like, no, absolutely not. You're lucky I don't throw you in jail. And he was like, okay, well, if I leave you alone, will you not throw me in jail? And I was like, yeah, if you leave me alone, I'll never throw you in jail, yeah. And he was like, all right, have a nice life. And I was like, yeah, you too, have a nice life, sir. Never talk to me again. And he didn't. And that was the first one. Then I went through 4 more. 2 of them were young kids. There was 2 15-year-olds. There was a couple of old people. They were like 45 and shit, and they would show up. I forget their names, but they would constantly, they were the most bitchy people I'd ever met, and they would leave these like little, like cutting little comments for like months on end. They would just respond to everything that I said with some weird cutting comment, and I was like, man, these old bitches sitting in my chat who have been here for like 4 months and shit, I'm just gonna ban them one day. I just fucking full-blown banned them. I didn't even like, and then they come crawling back and they're like, please unban me, I can't watch your channel anymore. And I'm like, well, yeah, but you talk shit all the time and you're negative all the time, right? And they're like, please unban me, I didn't mean to, you take it too personally, this is the internet and all this shit. I was like, all right, fine. So then I unban all of them like it's some kind of thing, like they're paying me or something. They aren't paying me money. It doesn't matter if they're banned or not. But I unbanned my entire fucking list because I was like, okay, you can watch me, yeah, I understand that there's hate watching on the internet, just don't talk. Just don't talk. As long as you don't get your born piece of shit loser disease on me, we're good. You know, just don't talk to me and we're good. That's the secret to this whole situation. Just don't talk to me or show up in my personal life and we're good. I'll never mention you again. There'll never be any problems. I'll not call you a skibbity toilet or, you know, piece of shit brain dead moron or anything, or room temperature Ronaldo, and we'll leave it be. You know, but no, they have to. It's like some kind of thing. They have to prove the point. Something. They have to. And so, and that's okay. But understand, I'm that guy who's never bowed down. I've never bowed down to a single human, not once in my goddamn life. I'm not starting now. It'll just be 70 years of me resisting you. That's all it's gonna be. It'll never be like, oh, he saw my way and agreed that he was stupid. It's not this thing. I'm never gonna agree with you that I'm stupid. It's just not gonna happen. It's like, you're on the internet, you're a piece of shit cyberbully troll. You need me to believe that I'm a piece of shit or something, like I'm somehow gonna come to some like the whole thing is so rife with idiocy. Like you need me to understand how dumb I am or something. And it's like, no. All I understand is how dumb you are. That's it. That's all it's ever going to be. We could do this for 70 years, or you can leave me alone. Like, but you're not going to win. You're never going to push one by me. No attack's ever going to land. I'm never going to cry. It's never going to be this thing. And I'm going to cut you to the goddamn bone every time your foul stench even shows up on the goddamn horizon. Every single time. You're going to understand that this weird situation that you brought on.
Grow against powerful jihad.
You make me my dime, bitch. That's a quote from Zoo Baby. You make me my dime. Thank you. Thank you.
Hottest groups in Syria enclave. And this is, generally speaking, HTS was described as authority.
That's a quote from Zoo Baby. You don't know what the fuck I'm talking about because you're a piece of shit, brain dead moron. You have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, but that's a quote from Zoo Baby. You make me my dime. You understand? You make me my dime all the time. You make me my dime. I farm you for content. Thank you.
Authoritarian, but now they've been described as more of an unknown. However, it's not like this is coming out of nowhere, right? Jelani and this group, they have spent months trying to polish their image. You know, they may possibly be sincere about it despite their fundamentalist past. Though, of course,
despite their fundamentalist past. Actions are actions. They might be sincere. The bully might be sincere this time, despite their bully past. You know?
To see how this plays out. Because on the note of words, we have things like in 2013, he told Al Jazeera that he wanted Syria to be an Islamic caliphate that had no room for the country's minority groups. But as we saw in his CNN interview, he now claims the opposite. And this is you have experts saying the group's been saying the right things recently. Like in response to those protests earlier this year, you had HTS's media body telling outlets the protests in the streets against HTS.
When the fascists don't outright tell us to our face that they're going to kill us, we like them a little bit more, you know? Yeah. When they just don't, when they outright don't threaten us, you know.
And the Salvation government are natural, and we do not view them in any other context. We're confident that those who work make mistakes, and all protests aim to correct these mistakes that have recently transpired. And that's on top of recent reports that claim soldiers for the HTS were told they couldn't approach women for dressing, quote, inappropriately, and tell them to cover up because women are allowed to wear what they want. Though this also is you have critics saying this could just be a temporary thing, right? Temporary stances as a way to cozy up to other countries and be seen as a legitimate shift. But as far as what the reality is, I mean, we won't really know until we see what happens next. You have Jelani claiming that he'll be working with groups to try and set up some kind of stable transition to power. But this also is, even if he starts a stable government in Damascus, it doesn't mean that that's the end of the civil war. Unless, while he's doing all of this, he can convince the Kurds to lay down their arms and join the country again. Something that's been described by many as not likely, as they've been acting autonomously for almost 2 decades now, and an independent Kurdistan, that's long been a dream for the ethnic group. So that is a whole other rabbit hole, because as all of this was happening, Turkey attacked Kurdish forces because Turkey doesn't want a Kurdistan to exist. But also, like, let's say that some kind of agreements were made to end the fighting between the various rebel groups. Syria would still be at war, though this time just with Israel, as the two have long had a disputed region called the Golan Heights. And actually, with the Assad regime falling, Israel took the chance to attack in Syria and secure a buffer zone and occupy more land. So this is in no way the last time we're going to be talking about this. We have to keep an eye on all the moving parts, because as great as it would be to see a democratic and relatively free Syria, as Jelani has promised, it's probably safer to say that the country still has a long I
gotta say, I am emotionally happy when I think of the fall of Assad, because I've got a lot of friends who fled from Syria. I got a lot of friends who fled from Syria, and I definitely, like, you know, I don't talk to them anymore, but I definitely care about them, and like, you know, I'm very happy that their nightmare finally ended. Fuck Assad, and I'm so glad that that nightmare is over. Fuck all the worthless piece of shit, brain dead cyber bullies of the world, you know? Be they fucking, like, you know, military despots or fucking full-blown piece of shit cyber trolls. It doesn't matter who they are. Fuck all the piece of shit bad actors of the fucking world, including Assad, you know? Fuck them.
Way to go. But then finally, today, let's talk about that last show with a little commentary. And unlike previous shows, I will say there was a mishmash of topics being covered there. Regarding the Hawk Tuah girls crypto scandal, you had people saying things like, Hawk Tuah girl crypto coin scam to a Victorian child would make their head explode. With others commenting on how this was presented, saying if anyone ever says it's not just a cash grab.
Oh my God, guys, let's all care about what a Victorian child thinks. And I'm going to write this comment too. Oh my God, guys. What would Victorian child say? do need to troll these guys. What would a Victorian child say?
I will say there was a mishmash of
Oh
topics
my
being
God. Let's all care about what a Victorian child would think.
covered there. Regarding the Hawktua girls crypto scandal, you had people saying things like, Hawktua girl crypto coin scam to a Victorian child would make their head explode.
Oh my God, guys, what would a Victorian child say?
Others comment,
Like, what? Listening to internet people try to reason is hilarious. It's like, oh no. Do we all need to worry about the Victorian children from 350 years ago or whatever? Oh no, what would the Victorian children say? Oh no. Fucking internet people. Oh my God.
on how this was.
I love making my living clowning on stupid people. It's like so satisfying. I wake up in the morning, I'm like, oh my God, I can't wait to go to work. I'm going to jack off to the idea. And I do this too. I wake up in the morning and I jack off to the idea of going to work because it's so fun to go to work and make fun of the stupid people. It's actually so fun. I look forward to it. I wake up and I get a boner. And I'm like, oh my God, I get to go make fun of the idiots as they show up and make fun of themselves for me. You know, I get to make fun of the idiots now.
Was presented, saying if anyone ever says it's not just a cash grab, they're telling the truth. It's also a scam. Others chiming in that she speed ran her way up as an influencer.
It's not just a cash grab. It's a full-blown scam.
Way down, saying it's only fitting, really. Though with that, I will say, in my professional opinion, this is not going to be something that ruins.
But spit on penis. Don't forget, spit on penis. We definitely love spitting on penis. Men really love spitting on penis. Look at how big Hawktua got. Men really love spitting on penis. They do. They really needed the world to understand how much they love spitting on penis. Men really love spitting on penis. Don't ever underestimate how much men really love spitting on penis. Don't ever underestimate spitting on penis. Because spitting on penis was an extremely fucking powerful culture thing. Do not ever underestimate men spitting on penis. They really love spitting on penis. Look at how much they love spitting on penis. They have to write Hawktua into their character names. They have to write it into their Facebook names. It has to come into every conversation, spitting on penis, right? Men really love spitting on penis. If you don't believe me, consult Hawktua. Men love spitting on penis. They do. They love it more than sex, maybe. Look at how popular Hawktua was. Men mainly. I'm sure some women loved it too. But, you know, men really love spitting on penis. And you can't take that away from them. Men love spitting on penis.
Windsor, I could be wrong. But by all
Do not ever underestimate the Hawktua men spitting on penis thing. They really love spitting on penis.
Here's that there's a team or at least some sort of person or structure that's been...
They need you to understand how much they love spitting on penis. Hawktua podcast party, right? Cheering, right? And and so I want to see the whole the whole Hawktua thing. Men really love. The Hawktua podcast went over so well because men really love spitting on penis. She knew it. She understood it. Everybody knows it. Men really love spitting on penis. They need the world to know how much men love spitting on penis. They really love spitting on penis. Ask a man how they feel about Hawktua. They fucking love it. Trust me. They love spitting on penis.
Eating all this for her. I kind of foresee a few different options for her to try to navigate.
They need the world to know. They need to write it into every sentence like P. Diddler or whatever. Men really love spitting on penis. They need you to know. Hawktua. Men really love spitting on penis. Hawktua. Don't you ever fucking forget. Men love spitting on penis. Hawktua.
Get out of this.
Hawktua, okay? You must understand. You mustn't ever underestimate the fucking sheer profound power of men and how much they love spitting on penis. You can't ever underestimate how much men love spitting on penis. They do. They really love spitting on penis. Hawktua.
And some
Hawktua.
result in her.
Hawktua speaks for itself. Remember Hawktua, that wonderful time when we all just really came to understand how much men love spitting on penis.
Public image being a little more bloodied than others. I think the smart money, though, is the narrative that she's just a little baby. She didn't know. Or the idea that she's just been misled and she's also a victim, though that might not be what they do. And I also think, like I mentioned last week, that she burnt through a good chunk of goodwill when...
Hawktua, men love spitting on penis. Hawktua. Hawktua. Don't you ever forget Hawktua. Men love spitting on penis. They really do. We need them. We need them to tell us how much they love spitting on penis.
She just blasted CoffeeZilla.
This is one of the most miserable, horrible launches I've ever seen in my life.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
There are also a good chunk of
then
comments
why are you
about
on?
the lead poisoning story. Though, I will say, some of those comments went in a different direction.
Why are you on
than
this,
BG,
then?
Who said lead poisoning is a serious issue. I'm surprised in the year 2020.
Okay, you didn't fall for the scam, so what are you doing here hating for? You're not a rube. Get the fuck out of here. I need rubes for my Hawktua scam.
24. We're not tackling this issue.
Okay, you're not a rube. Congratulations. What are you doing here then? Get the fuck out of here. If you're not a rube, then why are you in the room with me? Get the fuck out. You know?
As serious as we should. Hell, even reading.
Okay, then why the fuck are you on?
There are also
Why are you on then? Why are you on then? If you're not a rube, then why are you here? Get the fuck out. Hawktua.
a good chunk of comments about the lead poisoning story. Though, I will say, some of those comments went...
Hawktua, P. Diddler, and Skibbity Your Toilet, you know? Oh my god, the Hawk Skibbity Toilet to fucking, you know, fucking Hawktua of it all. Oh my god.
A different direction.
The Hawktua Skibbity Toilet of it all.
Like BG, who said lead poisoning is a serious issue. I'm surprised in the year 2024, we're not tackling this issue as serious as we should. Hell, even recently, there were reports of a CEO of United Health Group who recently died from lead poisoning. It's incredibly dangerous. Thank you.
That damn you cold.
Thank you, Phil, for bringing this up to more eyes. There were also comments like, I love that America is getting angry about fluoride in the water instead of the lead in the pipes. So a lot of the comments really focused its attention on the group affected. The comments like, I love that the age group with the highest exposure to lead are running this country. But then finally, once again, there were a lot of comments.
Oh, me too. Yeah, the people with the most highest exposure to lead are running this country.
A lot of
Yay.
conversation focused on the problems with the healthcare system in the States. The top comments like, the US system is insane. You get sick for more than X days a year, you're fired. You need to go and stay in a hospital for a longer period, you're forever indebted even though you have health insurance. Now, if your surgery takes more than X amount of time, you need to pay for the anesthesia out of your pocket. Still, a lot of Americans criticize the European system because no one wants their taxes to be spent to help other people, right? Which obviously is a comment and a sentiment that resonated with a lot of people, though I will also know the specific anesthesia thing that I think is being referenced there. There was an update that we covered. You also had Lucy saying, having a loved one with a terminal illness kills any sympathy someone has for people in the insurance industry. Hold their hand as they're crying in pain while spending hours on the phone with the insurance.
Don't you ever underestimate how much men love spitting on penis. Don't you ever underestimate it, okay? It's a strong, powerful driving force in this culture. Men love spitting on penis. You mustn't take that away from them.
Insurance company denying them treatment because, quote, they don't really need it. I do not forgive and I do not forget. And I will say, one of the things that was kind of the most interesting and eye-opening of kind of all the fallout that's happened since the killing are the number of political pundits and commentary goblins who didn't realize that this is not a left versus right thing, even though they are trying to make it that. And I mean, I've seen examples of this all over the place. The most prominent ones that got highlighted by the internet have been Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh's comment section. Right, Ben Shapiro literally titled his video, "The Evil Revolutionary Left Cheers Murder." And a bulk of the comment section was like, oh shit, have you just been pinning people against each other with culture war issues and politicizing everything? That it shouldn't be left versus right, but those who fuck and those who get fucked? Like literally opening the comment section today, top comments, it's not left or right, it's not black or white, it's rich versus poor, your true colors
Doesn't
will
matter
show.
if
And
you're
we got
black or
conservatives and
white.
liberals-
Do 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 do. Doesn't matter if you're black or white. Do 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 do.
Girls hugging each other in a comment section before GTA 6. And finally saw my lifelong hard-working father become bankrupt as a result of claims being denied after getting cancer. You are out of touch, man. Which again, bring it back to what I said last week, is what happened is not something I personally can cheer or endorse. But I have lived long enough as a have-not, and I've seen my own family and friends and just people I have come across get fucked by the system, so I understand where people are coming from. I understand what would make a person be outright apathetic to fucking joyful. Life and pain and fucked up systems that don't lift up, they callous the heart. But on that note, that is where your Monday dives.
They callous the heart. Yeah, I've been fucked by the system and hurt by the cold, and I don't care about my government and hope that it dies. Yeah, your little drug war, it kind of tore me and all of my friends a new butthole, and we kind of bled on the streets for like 15 years. And I kind of hope that your piece of shit shadow government fucking falls, and I would burn you myself. Oh man, what if we blew up all 55,000 prisons in this country? Oh man, what if we blew up the White Palace and killed the tribalist war? What if we, what if we stopped all of the suffering?
News is going to end. As always, thanks for being a part of these daily dives into the news. I believe we have 7 more scheduled.
War is over if you want it. That's John Lennon, and it is true. War is over if you want it. The suffering due to the drug war is over if we want it. But we want this drug war, and we want the suffering. We like it when fellow Americans suffer. We like it when our fellow Americans cry and spend all of their lives in jail. We think it's funny. We have 55,000 jails. We think that, if you either have to be a good worker bee or go to jail. 55,000 jails for 50 states. What is that? That's 5,000 prisons for every state. Pretty much, or it's 1,000. Excuse me. Yeah, it's 1,000 prisons for every state. It's kind of insane. We got 55,000 prisons in this country, and all of them are full. I wonder why. Are all of those people bad? Are all of them bad? I don't know. I don't know about that. I think you hurt them over a controlled substance that they've been using since the dawn of man. And I think I kind of hate you for it, and I want you to burn. Burn down there. HE double hockey stick. I want you to burn down there in the HE double hockey stick for what you did to your fellow Americans with your piece of shit right-wing fascist drug war. You piece of shit right-wing traitor backstabbers. And if your friends and your family and everybody that you know hasn't been hurt, crucified, or dead by the cold, then you wouldn't really understand. But we kind of really want you to fucking die, you piece of shit, prison mongering, prison industrial complex pushing, Patriot Act loving, Project 2025 loving, fascist tyrant cocksuckers. We don't like you. You destroyed the country. Your prison industrial complex killed the world, and we need you to go away now. We don't like you.
Shows till the end of the year. 3 more of those coming this week, Tuesday.
Bye.
Wednesday, and
Bye now. Goodbye, FBI. Goodbye, CIA. Goodbye, ATF.
quick breather.
Please stop this.
I gotta say,
Please stop this. I paused the video 15 seconds ago. I need you to understand that I didn't press another button. I didn't tell you to start up again or do anything like that. I need you to get your software under control. POSD. I need you to get your software under control. Really need you to do that now. So this world that you built is not too good. This prison industrial complex world that you built is just not too good, and so I kind of hate you for it, kind of, we kind of hate you for it. You kind of stabbed us in the back because we were smoking weed. You stabbed us in the back and threw us in the prison because we were smoking weed. Or speed, or heroin, or coke, or whatever the fuck, because we were smoking weed, essentially. And we kind of hate you now, and we won't roll with you. We won't consider you human. You're just prison industrial complex suit dummies. And you wish to turn the entire world into chains or churches. One or the other. And no, we don't like you. I won't roll with you or consider you a human. I won't ever back anything that you do. You can run, candidates to me, and I'm going to care about the results. But I don't think of you as actual Americans. I think of you as fascist pieces of shit. And your prison industrial complex discard 3 to 5 generations, something. It's like 5 generations now, something, of Americans. That can all suck a dick and die instantly. ATF gone, DEA, especially the DEA, completely gone. FBI completely gone. Your prison industrial complex and throwing people in jail for nonviolent drugs, that can be gone. Like you, I hope that you and your government and all your piece of shit fascism can all fucking die. And I'm the people that you hurt. And yeah, we really hate you. I've learned to live in the same world as you, but I still really hate you, and I need you to know. Yeah, I'm the people that you threw in jail for 30 years, and I kind of hate you. And Swiggity Swooty, I'm coming for that booty, and we really do hate you. This is why stuff like January 6th happened. Or we cap United Healthcare people. We don't really like you, and we won't pretend that we do. We can act like you're normal. Oh, look at the HMO F word, F it, freely walking the streets with his $1 billion or whatever. Look at that HMO F it, freely walking the streets with his $1 billion of blood money or whatever. And you can act like that's okay. But you're still a piece of shit, fucking, drug empire, fucking, HMO, United Healthcare, HMO stooge, who is killing our people. And so, do I have sympathy for you when you lose? No. I don't have sympathy for you. The world that you built is every bit a fraud. And so, I kind of hate you for it. And, and we act like we don't hate you because we believe in unity. So all the time I pretend that I don't hate you or want to see the White Palace burn. But I do hate you and I want the White Palace to burn. Don't get it twisted. You'd be very, very, very clear. After 20 to 30 years of serfdom, prison industrial complex, drug war, suppression, and fucking, I don't know what you would call it, just torture. I would say it was torture. The 65 court dates that I had to attend, all the paperwork, the amount of money I spent on lawyers, it full-blown destroyed my life, and I consider it to be torture. I would have taken Guantanamo Bay over what you did to me, and I actually full-blown really hate you for it. I full-blown hate you. You need to understand that I don't care if you win or lose your elections. I don't care if your government burns. I don't care what happens to the American government. I really hate you for what you did to me and all of my friends and all of my family, all my friends' family and all the kids and all the people in my community and all this stuff, right? What you do to people every day with your piece of shit goddamn backstabby fucking brain dead goddamn drug war, your DEAs, your ATFs, your KKKs, your CIAs, your MIAs, your POWs, your fucking ATFs and your fucking bullshit triple letter scams meant to fucking suppress and kill the world. And just remember this, some of us really fucking hate you and pray for you to die. Piece of shit fascists. Understand. And all the right wing that you roll with. Be very clear about it. You guys forget how much we hate you. You do. But you shouldn't. You kind of fucked us for 30 years with the drug war. And you shouldn't forget what you did to your fellow Americans. You shouldn't forget it. I'm here to warn you. You really should not forget what you did to me for 30 fucking years, because I will make you remember, bitch. This is why we have piece of shit figureheads taking power and all of this worthless politics and all this stuff, right? You kind of hurt us for a really long time, so we don't believe in anything that you do. That's all. Just be very clear about it.
In our lead story today, we turn to Saudi Arabia, where the richest nation in the Middle East has conceded a major defeat. On November the 29th, news broke out via the outlet Reuters.
To quote the great, what's her name? To quote the great Lily Allen, it's people like you that need to get slew. No one wants your opinion. It's people like you that need to get slew,
The kingdom in Riyadh has decided to call off a major defense treaty with Washington. But
thanks, American government. Thanks.
Negotiations. Riyadh's decision is at once a major setback to Israel, a tangible victory for the Hamas organization, and both a problem and a potential opportunity for America's incoming set of leaders. When the news broke, it was via a number of conversations between Reuters and several defense officials, 2 from Saudi Arabia and 4 for from the global West, meaning the US, Europe, and the major allies. According to those sources, Saudi Arabia had chosen to call off a massive defense deal with the United States, and one that could have changed the entire makeup of the Middle East. Under the treaty that Saudi Arabia had attempted to secure, the oil-rich kingdom would have been granted direct military protection from the United States and guarantees that the US would defend Saudi Arabia if it were to be attacked on par with what America promises Japan or South Korea. Saudi Arabia would have been granted access to highly sophisticated American weaponry, likely including 5th-generation F-35 fighter jets and artificial intelligence technology, and while it wouldn't quite rise to the level of a NATO-style mutual defense treaty, it would have come close. In return, Saudi Arabia would have stopped purchasing defense equipment from China, restricted China's ability to be part of Saudi affairs, and, most importantly of all, normalized its diplomatic relationship with Israel. Normalization with Israel has been a major thrust of US and Saudi policy since all the way back in the first Trump years. Back then, Team Trump was able to get Israel to normalize relations with several nations of the Arab world, including the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Sudan, and Morocco. Saudi Arabia, however, was the biggest prize of all, and both the Saudis and the Israelis appeared to be on track to getting a deal done earlier in this decade. Even better, Saudi Arabia was able to normalize its relations with
I think the biggest problem with America is that they've forgotten that we hate them. I think the government has forgotten that we hate them for what they did to us for 30 years. So they're all surprised about election results and stuff like this. But I think the government kind of conveniently forgot the prison industrial complex and the damage that it did to the people. Notice that I can't forget and that I say exactly what it is. The prison industrial complex and the damage that it did to my people. Notice that I say it like almost like a buzzword or like a hashtag or something. The prison industrial complex and the damage that it did to my fellow Americans for 30 years. Did you think this was a joke? So we don't care what figureheads you push to the right or left. We don't care what figureheads you push in the Democratic or Republican Party. We don't like you. You killed us. We don't care what you do. We don't pay attention to it. We just remember that one time when you fucked us for doing drugs. That's it. Your value to us is that. That's it. That's the only value to us is that one time when you threw us all in jail for all the fucking drugs that we did. Remember? And so now we don't care what happens to you. We don't care if the government breaks down or runs out of money. We don't care if, you go to war. We won't fight your battles and stuff. Like, we don't care what you do because we don't consider you sovereign, really. We just remember that one time when you turned your back on the citizens and threw us all in jail for drugs. It sucks, but I mean, that's the actual reality. Am I wrong? That's what I think most of us remember when we look at this stuff. Most of us are like, yeah, we'd really like to see a new Republican or new Democratic Party and a new America. The Republicans say, make America great again, as if it wasn't always great, but it's always been great. Whether I care about it or not, it's always been fucking great. It'll always be great. So, like, it's just sort of weird, like, you guys kind of forgot. You kind of forgot how much damage you did to us. And and I don't forget. And so now I don't care what your figureheads are. I don't care what you do. I'm not going to any wars that you fucking commit or start. I don't care what happens. I don't, until you fix that, I'm not ever treating you like human beings. I consider you to be suit dummy, goddamn fucking like your demonism is like clockwork. I consider you to be like, I can count on your evil. I can count on your evil being a terrible, terrible influence in my life, all of my life with your prison industrial complex. I can count on the evil of the prison industrial complex and the damage that it's done to America. That's the only thing that I can count on in America is the sorrow that the system causes. It's the only thing I can count on. That's it. I can count on it like death, taxes, and the sun rising. It's definitely there. The sorrow that you committed on us with your prison industrial complex. Did you forget? So no, we don't care who January 6th insurrects you. We don't care if United Healthcare workers get fucking murdered in the fucking streets. We don't care. You hurt us very, very badly. Until you fix that, you don't get our sympathy.
Other rival, Iran, in March of 2023, meaning that if Saudi-Israeli normalization had
We are the American public. We're that guy you fucked one time, you remember, and threw us all in jail. We're the people that you fucked and threw in jail, you remember? Remember that one time? How you threw 1 in 4 people in jail over fucking drugs? I know that you forgot. You want to just sweep it under the rug, kind of like that one time when you did more damage than the Holocaust to your own people. You just want to forget, you know? You don't want to think about all the people that went to jail for a long time. You don't want to think about all the lives that were destroyed, or the money that was lost, or the homes that were repossessed, and all the problems that your drug war caused. You don't want to think about the that one time when you farmed the sorrow of America for about 100 years. You don't want to think about it, but you should. We really hate you for it. And I don't care what happens to your figureheads or your piece of shit government or your backstabbing fucking traitors or your drug war tools or your suit dummies or your United Healthcare HMO fucking fascist backstabbing traitors or any of this other stupid shit that happens. Wars that you get into overseas for 20 years or killing 3,000 of your own troops in 9/11 or anything like that. I don't care what happens. Remember that time that you fucked everybody that I knew with that drug war? You remember that one time? I know that you conveniently forget and you sweep it under the rug and you call it a good thing, or you think it's a good thing that happened. But no, it wasn't a good thing. It destroyed everything and everyone and everybody that I know and love. And so I really hate you for it, and I want to see you burn for it. Understand? I want to see the American government burned for it. That one time when you destroyed everything and everybody that I love. You know? And so you can forget. You can act like it didn't happen. You can act like Hank Schrader doesn't get fucking shot in the fucking head at the end of Breaking Bad. But Hank Schrader gets shot in the fucking head at the end of Breaking Bad. Don't get it twisted, bitch. We're gonna fucking shoot the DEA in the fucking head. No sorrow, no nothing. Oh, Hank Schrader got shot in the fucking head. Yo, he decided to kill us 10 minutes ago. You're too stupid to understand it. Yeah, we hate you, piece of shit DEA agent. Fucking die, asshole! No sympathy for the fucking wicked and your fucking piece of shit drug war that destroyed America for 100 fucking years. Like, sowed my life with salt, destroyed every relationship and everything that I've ever been in. You're gonna blame it on drugs, but no, I blame it on the prison that you threatened me with. No, I never face any sorrow except for you when it comes to drugs. I still don't. It's only you. It's only you. You and your bullshit about drugs. You and your bullshit about sex. You and your bullshit about taboo. You and your bullshit about gay people. You and your bullshit about black people. You and your your fucking BLM fucking I can't breathe fascism. And yeah, you conveniently forget that we really fucking hate you. You do conveniently forget. I think the government and the media and the people and the politicians, they all conveniently forget that there's this deep fucking hatred in almost every single fucking American's heart for the drug war system, for the DEA, for the government that put us all there, that try to ostracize us for drug use and all the bullshit that you did to us over the last 30 years. And we got this deep burning residing. It resides. It abides. The hatred abides. You understand? Really deep fucking hatred for you and all of your fascist crony tools that push that prison industrial complex drug war on us for the last 50 fucking years. Be it right, be it left. I don't care which one it is. We don't care. We hate you. Understand? Don't get it fucking twisted. Don't forget. In this secret hatred, none of us ever talk about it. One of the things that I love about my job is I get to talk about things that no one else will talk about. And I'll talk about this. There's this deep burning hatred and disrespect and complete disregard for the American government in most of the American public's heart because they were harmed by the drug war. Now, most of us don't even want to admit that this is the truth or the case, but it is. We all secretly really fucking hate our own government for that one time when they try to throw us in jail for drugs. We do. We actually really fucking do. We kind of really hate them. Or try to take our guns away, or throw us in jail for guns or something like that. It's just kind of crazy. Your prison industrial complex, it was a killing blow. It kind of killed America. It full-blown did. It killed the American public. It killed the lower class. And you can traipse about that white palace like you didn't kill us all. But understand, you killed us all, and you'll get yours. What goes around comes around. You'll get yours. You killed us all. It terrifies my parents when I talk like this. I don't fucking care what they think. What goes around comes around. You know? Show me there's just one more. Show me there's only one more. What goes around comes around. Down, 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 no, 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 no. Yeah, is it Payback is Beautiful 15? I love this band. They're my favorite punk band, right? I'm going to sing a song here. It's an old grassroots, DIY, left-wing, commie, fucking biker, commune, you know, communist, fucking socialist song about, you know, kind of rattling up the blood and all this. But I really, I can sleep at night knowing that you're going to get yours, right? And the payback is beautiful, and that karma is, you know, instant karma is going to get to you. And all the John Lennon things, right? Mama, it's been 7 long years since I came and talked to you. Mama, you said, don't worry, son, this whole world is here for you. Mama, you told me people who claim to own the earth are fools. Mama, you told me it's only human arrogance that claims to make all the rules. And surely there's only one law. Surely there's only one law. What goes around comes around. And I can't wait till you get yours. You fucked us for 30, 50 years on that fucking piece of shit drug war. Put all the people in New York City and Los Angeles and Berkeley and Denver and Seattle and fucking Austin and all these other fucking major metropolitan cities and the inner cities in jail. Screwed and fucked up and chopped and screwed. Something like about 1 billion people's lives. It was like, I don't know, it's like 550 million, something like that. You kind of chop and screwed about 550 million people's lives, and that's all going to come back to you. You forget that we hate you. You forget that we really secretly hope for your fucking demise. And I mean the government when I speak about you. When I say you, I mean like the government. And this is a problem because you is us. Like you know, it's a problem, but we really hate the government, right? I've been thinking about how most people tend to think that nature is here, or nature is there, or nature is one place but not everywhere. Mama, I guess we're just too afraid to admit. The streets are violence, buildings are violence, our whole lives are violence, and surely there's just one law. Surely there's only one law. What goes around comes around. Hey, Mr. Conquistador, 500 years of pillage and plunder, it will crush you. Hey, Mr. Missionary, 500 years of kidnapping and brainwashing, it will destroy you. Hey, Mr. Military, 500 years of rape and murder, it will crush you. Hey, Mr. CEO, 500 years of pillage and plunder, it will destroy you, and we will cap you in the fucking face as you walk down the street. It sucks, but it's true. What goes around comes around. You treat us like goddamn garbage. You forget that we hate you. You shouldn't.
In the Middle East's 3 biggest power players would have finally been able to settle their issues via diplomacy of scale rather than through active or threatened armed conflict. But
you conveniently forget that we hate you, and I'm glad that you do, because I sometimes forget that I hate you too, and I care about your figurehead fucking elections and your tariffs and your fucking fascism and your problems and all this, and I care about you sometimes. I forget that I hate you, but no, I really fucking hate you, and I don't care that Jan 6th happened, and I don't care that our CEOs are being hunted in the fucking streets. I don't care what's happening to you. You caused this. Your fascism and your prison industrial complex and your HMOs and your healthcare problems and your education system problems and your systemic problems and your prison industrial complex, your starvation of our kids in the inner cities and the fucking tranked out, doped out treatment of the dopers on the fucking streets and the fucking homeless people and your war on the homeless and your war on the fucking poor. Don't forget, don't get it twisted. We fucking hate you. We fucking hate you. Don't ever forget that shit. I mean, you conveniently do when you traipse out in front of cameras and you expect us to just sort of like accept you or talk to you or whatever. But no, we really do hate you. And don't forget, we're kind of coming for you after what you did to us with that prison industrial thing. We kind of are, you know. Some of us are counting on it. Some of us are living our lives on the assumption, I'm one of them, I'm living my life on the assumption that I will outlive the prison industrial complex. I envy Solomon Northrop for 17 years a slave, because, and I envy him because his nightmare ended. My nightmare has gone on for 36 years or some shit. Your prison industrial complex and your fucking, I mean, it's gone on for longer than that, like 70 or something like that. But while I've been alive, it's going on for 36 years or something like that. Your prison industrial complex and your war on drugs and the problems that you cause your own fucking citizens and the people that you threw in jail and the problems that you caused and the lives that you destroyed. You conveniently forget, and I'm here to remind you. Some of us are just waiting for you to fall. Like full-blown waiting. Like some of us are capping you in the streets. You're a piece of shit fucking, like, you're piece of shit bougie fucking aristocrats and your meritocracy and shit. They talk about capping people on Fifth Avenue and getting away with it and shit. Well, no, they can't do that, but we can. We can cap a goddamn HMO fucking guy right on Fifth Avenue. We can. The public can do that and does. Because you guys forget, but you kind of killed us with that healthcare thing. You kind of killed us with that prison industrial complex thing. You kind of killed us, and you conveniently forget this. But we're coming for you, swiggity swooty. Don't get it twisted. I don't know how many times I need to repeat it so you can get it understood. We pray for your downfall. You understand? We all secretly pray for your fucking government downfall. We do. Because you fucked us. You need to end that goddamn drug war and rebuy our fucking sympathy and stop this madness now. Or when you die, we're just gonna laugh. We don't love you. You fucked us and threw us in prison for fucking drugs and shit. We don't love you. We're gonna laugh when you die. We don't care what happens to you or Trump takes over or anything like that. We don't care about what happens to you. You fucked us for 50 years, so we hope you die.
The Hamas terror attacks of October the 7th, 2023 came along, and with them the start of a massive and ruinous Israeli counter-offensive that's still ongoing today.
Oh, good.
Highly likely to many experts at the time, and Hamas officials
740,
seem to confirm that the true purpose of the October 7th attacks wasn't just to deliver a gut punch to Israel, but to fundamentally disrupt the normalization process between Israel and Saudi Arabia. After all, Hamas has long depended on Iran's backing and the Arab world's support for its mission to destroy Israel. If Israel, Saudi Arabia, and via the Saudi link Iran, were all able to get along peacefully, then Hamas would at best become irrelevant. At worst, it could even be actively dismantled by all three nations working together. Instead, it was in Hamas's interests then, as it's in Hamas's interests now, to not only ensure that Israel is wrapped up in a civil conflict with its Palestinian population,
of course,
but to provoke Israel.
Oh, good. Forever wars. You and your forever wars. Remember that we hate you. We kind of hate you. You and your forever prison industrial complex and your forever wars. We kind of hate you and don't really value you. If you acted differently, we would love you more. We would defend you more, and we would care if you died, and we would care if Trump won. But we don't. We don't care what you do. You killed us.
Into as crushing, comprehensive, and violent a response as possible. If Israel did that, then it would inadvertently
Am I wrong?
optics issues for
I don't think so.
that would be prohibitive to a normal.
Am I wrong? I think I'm the only person who's nice enough to tell the fucking public how much we actually hate you, how deep it goes. We kind of really fucking hate you. Were you aware? Like, I think it kind of is insane. I think it's like this unspoken thing. We don't like telling you that we hate you because we need you. You're the chi. But I mean, we kind of really hate you for that one time when you try to kill us with the prison industrial complex. We don't care if you live or die. You must rebuy our love. You must re-earn our love. You must end the sorrow, the 75-year-long fucking sorrow that is this drug war. You must end it now. Or I won't ever deal with you or vote for you or anything like that. I won't care if you die or get insurrected or anything like that. I don't care about you. I didn't care. I just watched and laughed during January 6th because I don't care what happens to you. You fucked me up for so goddamn long. I'm like, oh, good, the fascists got theirs. That's literally what I thought that day. I was like, oh, good, the fascists got theirs. Good,
Agreements. Fast forward to today. and it appears that's precisely what has happened. In speaking to Reuters, the Saudi and Western defense officials interviewed for the report attested that Saudi Arabia is facing too much public pressure from both its own people and the wider Middle East to be able to pursue normalization as part of this defense deal. Earlier this year, Riyadh had been hoping to soften its requirements for normalization with Israel, potentially in hopes that such a deal could happen while the Israel-Hamas war was still ongoing. According to reports back from February of this year, Saudi Arabia was even willing to settle for a political commitment from Israel to create a Palestinian state eventually, rather than demanding any concrete steps or an action plan to make such a thing happen. But now, with the people of Saudi Arabia outraged toward Israel, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has chosen to walk back that compromise attempt and insist that not...
You ever notice how they seem to talk about Saudi Arabia, China, and Russia so much more than they ever talk about America? Another reason why we hate you. You don't give a shit about whether we live or die. You only care about your oil problems with Saudi Arabia and China and Germany and Russia and all these fucking people and shit, right? All your problems, right? All you care about is your blood wars and your oil wars and shit and your religious wars. That's it. You don't care about us or what happens to us and shit. So you constantly talk about China all the time while our trankers die on the streets of dope. And it's like, I don't care what happens in China or Russia or Saudi Arabia. You seem to talk about the other countries in the world a lot more than you do your own. I really need you to worry about what's happening back here. When was the last time that any of our leadership, and I mean the entirety of it, from the House of Representatives to the Senate, and these are questions that I ask because they're kind of jokes, right? They're like, I ask these questions as a joke, but I kind of mean it. I would like to actually ask the government on a whim, with no warning, when was the last time that you went home to your fucking zone, to your gerrymandered zone, to your constituency, to your district? When was the last time that any of the American leadership went home to their district and saw what's happening to the people on the fucking streets as they talk about China and Russia all the fucking time, and Israel and Palestine and all this shit? And I look at the black hole that has taken over our government, that hasn't shown a sign of doing anything in 75 years beyond some minor healthcare initiatives and some wars. And I'm like, I really hate you. I really hate you. Go talk about Saudi Arabia some more while our people die in the fucking streets of poverty. Like, I'm sorry, but go talk about Russia some more. Go talk about South Korea some more and their martial law and stuff. I get that you care about the world fucking politics, but when was the last time that you talked about America? You know, like, I mean, really. Like, I'm sorry, but I know you love to play world politics. I get it, but I mean, it engenders this fucking disregard for your fellow Americans. It does. I need you to fucking stop caring about other people and worry about your own. You could call it isolationism, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't care what you call it. I need you to do it. Worry about your own, bitch. Worry about your own. The selfishness that is America is what made us great. We need to worry about our own. Stop worrying about fucking foreign concerns and scaring the public, fucking fear-mongering in the press, and all your fucking zeitgeist bullshit. I want you to talk about Seattle the way that you talk about the way that you talk about Gaza Strip. I want you to talk about New York City the way that you talk about Palestine. I want you to talk about LA the way that you talk about Russia and China. But you don't, because you don't give a living shit about what happens in your own country. And so I really would like to fire, and this would wipe out the entire government, I guarantee. I'd like to flash question all of our government when the last time that they went home to their own district. And they're going to say, oh, about 4.5 years ago, or about 2 years ago when I had to shake some hands to run for election. And I'd be like, no, you need to go home to your fucking district and worry about your own, bitch. You've been talking about China way too much, Trump. You've been talking about tariffs way too much, bitch. I need you to talk about America. I need the words China, Russia, the fuck out of your mouth. Who the fuck cares about Russia and China? I need you to talk about Los Angeles and New York. And your backstabbery and your fucking, your bullshit. Yeah, I'm sorry, but it's bullshit. I'm sorry. I don't care what you do. I don't care what your figureheads are. I don't care what your parties are. I don't care what you vote for or any of this stupid shit. Until you focus on America, I don't give a flying fuck what you do. To me, you're just an enemy. You're my worst enemy. My own government.
Normalization cannot come with.
When was the last time that any of our American leadership went home to their own district? It's a cut-in question. It's something that the Wall Street Journal should ask, and I'm sure they do. But understand, like, we need to be asking this today and actually firing them when they give us a bad answer. Because they're going to be like, oh, yeah, it's about 4.5 years ago. I kind of went home to see the trankers on the streets. Cool. You know, otherwise I've been here in this filibuster for 4 years doing nothing, right? And that's what they're going to say. And are they evil? No. But I'm saying that if you went home to your own district a lot more, I'm talking like, you know, once a month or something like that, you would begin to understand that your bullshit about your right-wing bullshit about China and Russia and all your problems and everything, they are so far divorced from the actual problems in America and your own goddamn districts that I consider you worse than our worst enemy. I consider you, the people at the switch, your asleep at the switch is so goddamn dangerous that I fear you more than Russia and China combined. I do. You've been asleep at the switch for so goddamn long, worrying about outside problems that just don't affect us in any fucking way or form. Yeah, they affect us if we go out of our way to tariff them. But no, if we were to just chill, they would do business with us and they would love us. That's it. But you go out of your way to be racist to them. You go out of your way to fucking tariff them. You go out of your way to talk shit about them in the press all the goddamn time so they don't like you anymore. Like I don't like you anymore. You're a joyless piece of shit who talks shit in the press all the time. Xenophobically about other countries that you don't understand. And I'm sorry, but you know, it's not okay anymore. Remember that time when we all hated you? That's not ended. We all kind of hate you for the prison industrial complex. That's not ended. The more you talk about China and Russia and South Korea, North Korea and all this other shit, rather than America, the less I like you. And the more I don't care when we stalk the streets and murder HMO executives. I'm Torgo's executive powder at this point, bitch. I'll put it on my fucking desktop. I'm Torgo's executive powder at this point. You understand? No sympathy for the other side. No sympathy. Torgo's executive powder, right? It sums up how I feel about you. You the government. Torgo and your meritocracy and fucking your hegemony and your corporatocracy friends and all this, right? Yeah, I really don't like you, and so yeah, we're gonna open this image in a new tab. We're gonna put this on my motherfucking desktop and stuff. I am gonna like save this image as Torgo's, right? Torgo's, yep, Torgo's, and then I want you to open this in Paint or whatever. Yeah, open this, yep. And I want you to set as desktop background. Why don't I see it? Why don't I see it? Open in File Explorer. Open with Paint. And make this my desktop background. Now, what are you doing? I need you to actually do things. No, this isn't it. I would like you to File, Set as Desktop Background. And I want you to fill. Okay, set as desktop background. There we go. Bitch. I'm Torgo's executive powder about your ass now. And I feel this way about my American politicians too. I'm Torgo's executive powder. You want my sympathy, but you treat us like garbage all the fucking time. You know, you do. You treat us like garbage all the time. You want to talk about China more than you do your own fucking districts. You're disgusting. You are the foulness that ran afoul that drove America, awry. You are. You want to talk about Saudi Arabia again. I love that Assad fell, but that's the only good news that we've heard out of the world stage in 25 fucking years or something like that. So yeah, just stay out of the world stage.
Towards Palestinian statehood. In November, even went so far as to call Israel's actions in Gaza, quote, collective genocide. As a result,
I agree.
Is believed to be off the table, at least for the time being. On the defense side, it appears...
Hey, remember that time when America dropped the nuclear bomb without the public's permission and killed about a million people in
Palestinians
in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Yeah. We're kind of genocidal, crazy fucking maniacs too. When we point the finger at somebody for being a crazy genocidal maniac, we don't look so good because we kind of killed 1 million people with the nuclear bomb. And we kind of killed 3,300 of our own troops in 9/11. And we kind of, we went over to Vietnam and we kind of dropped napalm on a bunch of poor people for a long time. We're not so good either. So I really don't want you judging other people. I don't want you talking about other people. I want you out of the world stage. We don't look too good. We don't look too good in the world stage. We don't look too good, you know? So yeah, so just get out of the world stage. I'm fucking serious. Get out of the world stage. Stop embarrassing us. You know, I don't know what to do, but I know that you're not it. We need reform. I don't know what to do, but I know that this isn't it, and we need reform.
State eventually, rather than demanding any concrete steps or an action plan to make such a thing happen. But now, with the people of Saudi Arabia outraged toward Israel, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has chosen to walk back that compromise attempt and insist that normalization cannot come without concrete steps towards Palestinian statehood. In November, he even went so far as to call Israel's actions in Gaza, quote, collective genocide.
I remember that time when I was scared to death in federal fucking Denver County fucking jail and stuff, and the you know, the Mexicans were ordering me to pray with them and all that, and I think of the government, and I'm like, thanks government, thanks for that time that you threw me in fucking county for 2 weeks on a non-violent fucking what was that one? It was it was a non-violent assault charge that didn't exist that I got defeated in court. And I was out of county jail in 13 days because the whole thing was just the government trying to kill me from start to finish. Everybody knew it. They dropped that case immediately. Everybody with a brain, from the judge to the lawyers to everybody could see that it was just the government trying to kill me. That was it. They dropped the case so quick.
As a result,
they were like, so you have an assault charge from 6.5 years ago. It turns out that you assaulted a Safeway in-store security personnel. And I was like, no, I didn't. And they were like, what? And I was like, no, I didn't touch that man. There was never any evidence of it. There is a video of that attack when he tackled me from behind and smashed me into the fucking ground and broke my shoulder. Would you like to pull up this video? And they're like, yeah, we do see this video. And they pull it up and they look and they're like, oh no, yeah. So we're gonna drop this 1 year of unsupervised probation. Have a nice day, sir. And they did this like 13 times or something like this. They did this to me like 13 times. They leveled crazy, fuck me, throw me in county jail fucking charges on me over my head. And when they realized that they were just false, they would just drop them. They'd be like, oh yeah, here's we're not gonna let this one go because obviously there was something, but we're just gonna give you a year of unsupervised probation. And I was like, oh, I really like it when you say that because it means that you're just wrong and that I shouldn't face anything. And then you say, okay, here's a year of unsupervised probation, which means that like they just don't ever want to see you again. And I'm like, I don't ever want to see you again either. Why did we do this?
Deal with the United States is believed to be off the table, at least for the time being. On the defense side, it appears that Saudi Arabia and the US will pursue...
And the judge is like, oh God, I've opened a can of worms. When I start ranting in the courtroom, I'm like, yeah. And so this guy, he broke my shoulder and he filed an assault charge against me to make sure that I wouldn't file an assault charge against him for breaking my shoulder for stealing $21 from the Safeway at Downing and Evans in Denver, Colorado. And I start my rant in the court, and the judge is like, "Oh my God, that's what this actually is." They immediately realize that they've opened the can of worms and they've stepped in a flaming bag of shit. And I'm getting ready to fucking scream at them for that time that they tried to fucking throw me in federal fucking pound me in the ass prison for a false charge. And I'm starting to scream like in the courtroom. And they're like, sir, we see that there's no merit in this fucking charge and we're dropping it. We're giving you a year of unsupervised probation. You have yourself a nice day. They don't want to talk. They don't want to apologize. They don't want to fucking hear me scream at them in the fucking courtroom or anything like that. And yeah, this happened to me a bunch of times. 7 false assault charges and 6 other fucking bullshit things. And I get ready to start screaming at the judge in the courtroom and they drop it immediately. They can see immediately I'm getting ready to scream at them. I'm like, nah, this was an injustice. I'm not going to stand here while you lie. I won't do it. I'll sit there and scream in the courtroom. They can immediately see. And they're like, no, we're dropping this one. And I'm like, yeah, that's goddamn right. Like, trust me, I took 28 charges. I did. I took 28 charges that I deserved, that I committed, that I did my time for, and I paid, I paid my debt to society. I must have done fucking, I don't know, 4,000 hours of community service or something. It was insane. It was so much. It wasn't 4,000 hours, but it was like 500 hours or something of community service over 20 years or something like that. I got more used to working as a serf for the fucking government for some trumped up bullshit drug charge than I did for myself, You guys leave a bad taste in my mouth and you forget that I hate you. I want you to remember. I want you to remember how much I hate you. You know, the way that you want me to remember how much men love spitting on penis. I need you to remember that you destroyed me with the fucking system, and I'm coming for you on that one. I'm still coming for you. I've not forgotten about it.
Agreement in the interim, barring major positive change in the state of affairs between Israel and Hamas. That agreement will involve expanded joint military exercises, cooperation within the private sector, logistical training and cybersecurity support for the Saudi military, and possibly the provision of a Patriot missile battalion for air defense. Diplomatically, Israel and Saudi Arabia have both been dealt a defeat.
No existing sell orders, so I'm going to put them up for 100.
Normalization and the very real economic windfall it probably would have brought both nations. The United States has not just lost its chance at a foreign policy victory, especially for the outgoing Biden administration, but has suffered a setback in its attempts to keep a critical global oil producer out of Beijing's sphere of influence. But the decision is also likely to have very real ramifications on the Israel-Hamas war in Gaza, because as we've explained, the failure of the Saudi-Israeli normalization is most likely going to be received as a victory for the Hamas organization. In fact, it's a victory that validates Hamas's entire approach to the conflict so far, not necessarily in the rest of the world's view, but in the way that Hamas seems to understand itself. Again, it seems that the entire point of the October 7th attacks and the entire point of continuing to antagonize Israel, hold hostages and trade fire in Gaza rather than trying to end the fighting might have been to ensure that Israel would be so alienated within the Arab world that nobody would do business with them. And now, Saudi Arabia appears to have made that very decision. From the perspective of Hamas's surviving leaders, Saudi Arabia's choice probably comes with one very clear message. That is to say, Hamas can extract valuable concessions from major power players in the Middle East, act as a major impediment to Israel's broader goals, and prevent alliances that might see Hamas
oh good, I get to crack all this
all at once. And it achieved that goal by continuing to draw Israel's ire for over a year straight, accepting major losses to its own ranks and letting Israel inflict incredible damage on the civilian population of Gaza. For an organization that has historically shown little care toward ordinary Gazans living under its rule and has taken hardly any meaningful action toward a ceasefire to protect them, it's entirely possible that those losses might now be considered worth taking to bring about this eventual result. And when we imagine a Hamas organization that's moving forward with that understanding of things, there is very little reason for optimism about what comes next. Despite Israel's ability to form a shaky ceasefire with the Hezbollah organization, it's not appeared even slightly inclined to do the same with Hamas, and Hamas seems to feel exactly the same. If Hamas believes
max orders.
The Arab world back against Israel is proportional to the pain and suffering that the Gazan people experience, then there's reason for Hamas to stay the course even now. At present, much of Gaza is considered
That's
on
not
the
going to
brink of
sell
famine,
for that.
and even within the last few days, a former Israeli defense minister, Moshe Yaalon, has leveled accusations against his own country that it is committing
No
both
one's gonna
war
pay
crimes
that.
and ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip. An IDF spokesman has rejected those claims, but they do carry extra weight coming from this particular official, who was the IDF's chief of staff during Palestine's Second Intifada, a major uprising against Israel that concluded in 2005. He also oversaw a prior war in Gaza in 2014. Regardless of a person's individual position on Yaalon's claim or Israel's conduct in the Gaza Strip more broadly, it's hard to deny that such mounting accusations would help Hamas in the court of Middle Eastern public opinion. And finally, as with all things right now that concern the United States, it's worth asking whether there's potential for major policy change when the current Biden administration steps aside and the incoming Trump 2.0 administration takes office. But in the case of Saudi Arabia's ideal version of a defense treaty with America and the prospect of normalization with Israel, it's difficult to see how Team Trump could fundamentally alter the conditions that constrain America's
I have a lot of
The US is very unlikely to agree to such a massive defense pact without Saudi-Israeli normalization, especially under Trump, who's touted his Abraham Accords as a defining foreign policy achievement in his first term. But Trump and his allies are powerless to change sentiment within the Middle East, currently pushing strongly against Israel, and they have no way to alleviate the pressure that Mohammed bin Salman and the Saudi leadership feel from their own people. In fact, Trump and his allies are expected to avoid making any provisions for Palestinian sovereignty during future normalization efforts, suggesting that the public relations issue in Saudi Arabia might drive a wedge between the Crown Prince and his longtime ally returning to Washington. If none of those factors can be changed one way or another, then Saudi Arabia and the US are stuck pursuing consolation prizes and minor defense arrangements rather than playing for the victory that both nations and Israel so clearly crave. There is, however, another way that the United States might choose to approach the issue, and it's a path that could turn the entire status quo of the Middle East on its head. The concept in question here comes by way of an American senator, Lindsey Graham, who made comments in Jerusalem last week on November the 27th after Israel and the Hezbollah organization in Lebanon agreed to a ceasefire. Graham's comments went mostly under the radar, but as a leading legislature in the United States who's expected to play a major policy role in Donald Trump's next term, they're worth focusing in on. What Graham proposed was that Saudi Arabia and the UAE would be the ones to lead reconstruction efforts to rebuild the Gaza Strip rather than Israel, the United Nations, a Palestinian administration, or anyone else. Graham explains that, quote, "The only group that I can think has a chance to rebuild Gaza is," quoting again, "the Arab world led by the Crown Prince and the UAE." Strange as the idea may be, it's a proposal that's floated around in the Middle East for some time. In December of 2023, Prime Minister Netanyahu reportedly told a panel of legislators within the Israeli Knesset that the Saudis and the Emiratis would finance reconstruction efforts in Gaza, and both nations have indicated that they're willing to engage in such a thing if it created a path toward eventual Palestinian statehood. It's still an idea discussed relatively quietly, even on the fringes. But inconsequential as it may seem, an American legislature such as Graham endorsing the idea speaks volumes about whether it's under discussion behind the scenes. Add to that President-elect Trump's deep financial ties to both Saudi Arabia and the UAE and his prioritization of transactional benefit in foreign policy work. Add the potential bipartisan support in the United States for any peace accord in Gaza that leads toward Palestinian statehood and doesn't involve Israel occupying the Gaza Strip indefinitely. Add the potential that this could be made into a condition for this massive US-Saudi defense pact, sweetening the deal on all sides. And add the potential for Mohammed bin Salman, as well as the UAE's leaders, to go to their people and say, yes, we're normalizing relations with Israel, but we will personally see to it that Gaza is rebuilt and made to stand on its own 2 feet. And finally, add the potential destructive impact for the Hamas organization in a world where Israel, the US, a fledgling Gazan administration, the UAE and Saudi Arabia are all on the ground working together toward objectives where only Hamas would stand in the way. It's just one potential approach to this problem, but in a moment when American political transition could offer a major reset to what's been an intractable problem, it's certainly worth discussion. Next up, we remain in the Middle East as we turn to an unsteady state of affairs between Israel and Hezbollah. Now, at the time of writing, we've got to emphasize, although the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Lebanon, by default constraining Hezbollah, is looking to be on very thin ice, it hasn't collapsed yet. With a whole lot of luck, that ceasefire agreement may still stand by the time this episode goes out, but there are absolutely no guarantees, so let's dig in. Now, the ceasefire in Lebanon was shown to be fragile almost as soon as it began. On Thursday, November the 28th, the IDF acknowledged that its air force had carried out a strike on a Hezbollah facility in southern Lebanon, where Hezbollah was accused of storing mid-range rockets. On that same day, the IDF admitted to firing on people it defined as, quote, suspects, driving their vehicles at multiple points in the southern part of the country. The continued storage of rockets in the ceasefire zone would constitute a breach of the ceasefire by Hezbollah, although both that militant organization and the Israeli military are supposed to have had time to get their resources and munitions out of the area. Meanwhile, Hezbollah accused Israel of attacking people who were trying to return to their border villages, and the Lebanese army, which is supposed to be patrolling the country's south in Israel's stead, accused Israel of violating the ceasefire multiple times over the course of both the 28th and the 27th. That is to say, Israel was accused of ceasefire violations on the very day that the arrangement went into effect, as well as the day after. Among the accusations the Lebanese army made against Israel was tank fire into several towns and fields near the agreed-upon Israel-Lebanon border, wounding at least 2 people. The IDF acknowledged breaching the conditions of the ceasefire, citing suspicious activities that had been judged as a threat. Critically, Israel's Thursday the 28th airstrike took place north of the Litani River, a territorial boundary that's supposed to demarcate the furthest southern line where Hezbollah and its fighters are permitted to organize. Its strikes close to the border, however, have impacted areas where both the IDF and the Lebanese army have directed citizens to avoid resettling in the immediate future. And as the days have worn on, both Israel and Hezbollah stand accused of a far greater number of ceasefire violations over time. Lebanon's Speaker of the Parliament, Nabir Berri, stated on Monday, the 2nd of December, that by that time, Lebanon had catalogued a full 54 ceasefire violations by the IDF. A separate count, maintained by France, has the number at 52. Those included firing of artillery shells, tank rounds, and heavy machine guns. On that same day, an Israeli airstrike on a village about 10 kilometers, 6 miles from Israel's northern border, killed a person, making it the first fatal ceasefire violation on either side. The person killed in a strike carried out by Israeli drones was described as a member of Lebanon's state security agency. That same day, another Lebanese soldier was wounded in an Israeli drone strike on a Lebanese army bulldozer near Syria, while Israel openly acknowledged targeting military vehicles that were situated near Hezbollah infrastructure in multiple locations, including the Bekaa Valley. Israel has explained its actions as an effort to respond to Hezbollah wrongdoing, particularly the movement of weapons to the territory south of the Litani. Quoting the country's new foreign minister, Gideon Saar here, Israel is committed to the successful implementation of the ceasefire, but we will not accept a return to the situation as it stood on October 6, 2023. That date, of course, is meant to signify the day before the massive Hamas terror attacks that started the current conflict. Coming back in the opposite direction.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
An Israeli military position in a disputed area called the Sheba Farms in what Hezbollah characterized as a, quote, defensive warning strike. Nobody was hurt by those launches, though Prime Minister Netanyahu vowed a response. But the deadliest ceasefire violations thus far came by way of a handful of airstrikes on Monday and Tuesday, December 2nd and 3rd. To be clear, these are also the most recent violations at the time of writing, and there may have been more by the time this episode goes out. On the 2nd, Israeli strikes on 2 towns in southern Lebanon, Haris and Tolosa, killed a total of 9 people between them and injured 3 more. The following day, on Tuesday, another airstrike reportedly killed a shepherd. According to Israel, these strikes were directed against Hezbollah fighters who were ignoring the ceasefire and maintaining an active and dangerous presence south of the Litani River. It's at this point that we should step back at least a little bit and emphasize that at the time of writing, it would be entirely premature to say that the ceasefire has failed. American National Security spokesman John Kirby summed up the reality well here, quoting him, "We've gone from dozens of strikes down to 1 a day or maybe 2 a day." Indeed, as frustrating as it may be for viewers at home today, there's no hard and fast rule to determine how many ceasefire violations equal the failure of a given ceasefire outright. If large-scale hostilities reopen, the ceasefire fails. If they don't, the ceasefire has held. And at this stage, both Israel and Hezbollah's actions are minimal
Sentry,
compared to what large-scale
Cavalier,
hostilities have been
Ranger,
just a few weeks prior.
Soldier, Cavalier, Scholar, Ranger, Sage,
Now, we could
Scholar,
narrow down and try to pinpoint individual causes for each of these violations of the ceasefire.
Sage,
But in this case,
Scholar. This
it's
is a
more useful
BOE
to
ring that
examine the
should
broader
sell.
reality. Specifically, we'll point out that if it sounds as though we're saying Israel has violated the ceasefire substantially more times than Hezbollah, then
Oh,
that's
yeah,
because
I guess
that's
I have a bunch of
precisely
BOEs
what
to
we're
sell.
saying. At the heart of this shaky ceasefire is what Israel claims to be its right to punish what it perceives as violations of the agreement. The continued existence of Hezbollah weapon stores south of the Litani,
Scholar,
the existence of
Scholar,
Hezbollah infrastructure, that sort of
Sage.
thing.
It'll probably sell,
According to
though.
Israeli officials, the nation maintains the right to carry out strikes and even reopen the war entirely
That might
if
sell.
it feels that Hezbollah isn't keeping up its end of the deal. Said IDF leader and Lieutenant General Herzi Halevi on Monday, quoting, "We will attack with great force in the face of Hezbollah's dangerous violations. This is what we will continue to do. We have plans and targets that are ready to be implemented at any
Maximum
moment."
number of orders.
And offered Foreign Minister Saar explaining why it's Hezbollah, not Israel, that's defying the terms of the truce, quote, "Their presence south of the Litani River is the most basic violation of the understandings. They must move north immediately." The trouble with that, however, is twofold. Both that it doesn't make practical sense quite yet for Israel to expect that Hezbollah's completely vacated the area, and that both sides disagree on what has been a vaguely defined set of terms for the ceasefire.
Oh
Hezbollah
my
claims
God,
that
I'm
Israel,
using
under the
incredibly
ceasefire,
crappy
doesn't have the right
tools.
to carry out attacks in Lebanon or fly through Lebanese airspace. Israel obviously disagrees. To support its claim, Hezbollah...
I've been
can
using
reference
really
the
crappy
ceasefire
tools.
itself, but
Oh,
Israel
no.
can reference its own separate arrangements with the United States around the deal.
Gotta fix that.
Meanwhile, Hezbollah can't exactly move weapons caches and infrastructure that has spent decades preparing in the span of just a week. And even if it did so, members of Hezbollah would have to travel back to the land south of the Litani to come and collect or dismantle what they've got there.
25 grand.
Hezbollah has 60 days to withdraw, same as Israel. Parallel to the practical concerns are symbolic ones. Hezbollah appears to have little appetite for renewed hostilities, but is working to sell the ceasefire as a win for its supporters. Fail to retaliate against what Lebanon's own enthusiasts believe is an unjust violation of the ceasefire, and Hezbollah risks a loss of face that may be even more harmful in the long term than the occasional retaliatory violation of the truce. Seemingly recognizing that Hezbollah's in a tough spot, even the United States, Israel's major backer, has urged the nation to ease up on its recent spate of attacks. The Lebanese army, supported by the UN and by Western nations, is supposed to be keeping the peace, and per Washington, Israel should let it do so. Unfortunately, Israel doesn't seem to see it that way. On Tuesday the 3rd, Israel threatened a return to all-out war in the event that the ceasefire collapses, and threatened to do far worse than it had done the first time around. Said Defense Minister Israel Katz on that day, quote, "If the ceasefire collapses, then there will be no more exemption for the state of Lebanon. We will enforce the agreement with maximum impact and zero tolerance. If, until now, we have differentiated between Lebanon and Hezbollah, that will no longer be the case. If we return to
Gonna get
war,
some
we will
water.
act strongly. We will go deeper." Now that's an extraordinarily worrying statement given the scope and scale of the violence in late 2024 thus far. But it's not a new sentiment for Israel's leaders. On Thursday, the 28th of November, Prime Minister Netanyahu openly stated that he had directed the IDF to prepare for a return to high-intensity hostilities if the ceasefire is breached. Quoting that statement, "We are enforcing powerfully, but if needed, I gave a directive to the IDF. Be prepared in case there is a violation of the framework of the ceasefire for an intense war." Then Netanyahu in early December, quoting again, "We are enforcing this ceasefire with an iron fist. We are currently in a ceasefire, I note, a ceasefire, not the end of the war." Worst of all, from an international perspective, is the difficult reality that despite the international community's stated preferences, it hasn't yet built the capabilities it needs to actually address the real fears that are driving Israel's actions. The Lebanese army is at least somewhat present in southern Lebanon, but it's still...
Well, it didn't
completing
break the
troop
bank,
movements,
which is
and
good.
It's had to open up a recruitment drive in the hopes of getting its strength in the south to where it needs to be. The United States is supposed to be leading a third-party effort to monitor and enforce the truce, but that effort has yet to actually begin. It will have gotten underway by the time this episode goes out, with the expectation being that it'll kick into gear on Thursday the 5th. But even that is just the start of the process that will eventually bring this initiative online. All the while, Israeli intelligence continues to monitor Hezbollah very, very closely, and what it does with the information it collects will decide whether this conflict remains on ice or shifts into a far darker phase than we've seen before. And from Israel, we move to the tiny transcontinental nation of Georgia, where a fast-growing protest movement has evolved into a reckoning. In fact, the country's current political...
Every day I'm going to check the leeching gems and see if any of them are selling at half price ever. Because leeching is something I need for this life stat, but I don't have. I don't like how you can't see the cursor. Leeching, amber, 9,800. Leeching amethyst, 9,800. Leeching aquamarine, 9,800. Carnelian, none for sale at all. Diamond, 4,300. We'll take both of these, frankly. Oh, I don't have enough coin. Oh, I'm slightly low. Okay, so now we need to make some money, so we will. Go just make some money, you know, sell some stuff. Yep, like that's far too much obsidian flux. 196 over 249. I'll take the 196 and I'll just take fast money. Yeah, I don't know how I got that much obsidian flux, but we'll take the money for it. Obsidian sandpaper I'll use. Solvent, tannin, wire weave, dark hide. 15 cents per dark hide. Fibers, 9 cents. I guess I'll just sell them. No, I guess I can process them. I guess I'll process all this before I sell.
crisis, as it's pulled between Europe and Russia, has now grown so dire that both experts on the situation and ordinary Georgians are issuing a grim warning. Anything is possible, including peaceful de-escalation. But right now,
I want to wire a button to my play key. Figured out finally what I want to use these other buttons for. It took me a long time, but this will be a good button that'll stay. So on this mouse, I want to make this big, and I want to go to assignments, and I want to do... oh, I can do that too. Yeah, why not do that? Well, because if I hit it by mistake... No, I don't want that. But it's funny that that's open. Can't do toggles. They get me in trouble. Yeah, up here, I want to select an assignment. Ooh, money.
Warp drive active.
We are trying to play pause. Play pause. Or stop. Play pause.
thing
Oh, yeah, that's awesome. And I can just pause the video, Will.
appears
Yep.
to be going one of two ways.
Oh, yeah, I
Full-scale
love that.
revolution
Permission
or
requested.
full-scale
Docking
civil
request
war.
accepted.
The protest movement kicked off in force on the 29th of November, a Friday night, as thousands upon thousands of Georgians took to the streets in their nation, erecting makeshift barriers, massing outside the country's parliament building, and setting up standoffs with riot police. The protesters spent hours making their presence known before a combination of water cannons and tear gas forced them to disperse. The next night, they returned, and the night after that,
And the night after that.
every night thereafter,
For
as their
weeks.
movement has continued to swell in size. As the days wore on, the protesters responded to water cannon blasts by launching fireworks. Windows were shattered, the Prime Minister was burned in effigy, and the people out on the streets donned balaclavas and goggles to keep out the gas that they knew was coming.
Yep.
They counted as more and more among their number.
We
were
will
detained,
fight them.
Well past 300 Georgians at last count. They catalogued beatings and assaults by police against protesters, and over the past several days, at the time of writing, levied accusations that Georgian law enforcement was using torture against protesters while in detention. And as they marched, they called for Georgia to return to its long-standing attempt to join the European Union and turn away from its powerful northern neighbor, Russia. Now, for those who've been following us here on the Situation Room for a while, or who've kept an eye on Georgia more generally, the current showdown has been a long time coming, but for the vast majority of global citizens who rarely, if ever, hear about this little corner of Eurasia, we'll run through the basics for you. Ever since the fall of the Soviet Union, Russia and Georgia have had a complicated and often difficult relationship. Georgia has aspired to be part of the European Union since the 1990s and has had a bid open for many years, finally receiving candidate status in 2023. The intent to join the EU is even enshrined in the Georgian constitution. Meanwhile, Russia has worked to keep
Aw.
powerful influence over Georgian affairs, taking a...
They're like,
heavy
we want to
hand
be
in
cool
Georgian
like all the
politics.
rest of the people. And we want to hang out with the cool kids. And we're Georgia and we can. And they're like, yeah, you got a shaky past, but all right, yeah, if you chill.
Leaning hard on its trade advantage and even fighting a war with Georgia back in 2008. Russia also supports two breakaway regions on Georgian territory. Starting in 2012, a political party within Georgia called Georgian Dream has played an outsized role in the country's politics. Led by an oligarch who made his fortune in Russia, Georgian Dream has become a largely pro-Russian and anti-Western organization. Back in October, Georgian Dream won a critical parliamentary election, but it's since been accused by Georgia's opposition of vote buying, ballot stuffing, voter intimidation, and outright election theft, while the EU and the United States have called for investigations on those issues and more. But the catalyst for Georgia's massive new protest movement came last week when Prime Minister and Georgian Dream politician Irakli Kobakhidze declared that his nation would suspend its participation in membership talks with the EU for the next 4 years. Kobakhidze framed the decision as a response to the EU's criticism of Georgia's recent election, which again his party won. But for the people of Georgia, it was a bridge too far. As counterintuitive as it may seem, Georgian Dream had made EU membership a central part of its campaign during the 2024 cycle, framing the more overtly pro-West opposition as a group that would lead Georgia back to war against Russia. That, of course, is something that very few in Georgia want. But now that they've been elected to power, the idea that Georgian Dream would suddenly suspend the EU membership bid just because the EU said mean things about them doesn't seem to hold up against scrutiny. The more cynical read of events, but the one that appears to have taken hold across Georgia, is that Georgian Dream lied to their electorate, rigged a critical vote, took control of the country, and immediately got to work dismantling something that's been a Georgian aspiration for decades now. So when Georgian Dream made their move, a simmering, discontented public was finally galvanized into action. When the protests kicked off in late November, they immediately caught fire, drawing support not just from loyalists of Georgia's opposition, but from people who had voted for Georgian Dream on what they now knew were false premises. State security forces, now firmly under the command of Georgian Dream in a practical sense, put dozens of people in the hospital within the first night and dozens more ever since. The small country doesn't have all that much policing or detention infrastructure, and very quickly detention facilities began to overflow with protesters, many of whom were not provided medical care for the most common injuries observed, broken bones and open wounds on the head and face. Each successive day saw more protesters in the street, more prepared for violence and for police action against them, and each successive day saw police and security forces leverage more and more aggressive tactics to try and back the protesters down. Parallel to the battle playing out in the streets of the Georgian capital, Tbilisi, a second battle is playing out around the nation's highest office. In Georgia, the role of the president is largely a ceremonial one, with executive power vested in the prime minister and the country's various other leading ministers. The country's president, however, is one of the last remaining members of Georgia's political opposition to hold a high-profile government seat. The president, 72-year-old Salome Zurabichvili, was once endorsed by Georgian Dream, but has long since soured on them. Zurabichvili is expected to be Georgia's final popularly elected president, owing to changes within the country's new constitution, and she's due to step down this December. Her successor will be chosen by Georgia's parliament under the control of Georgian Dream. But Zurabichvili decided to draw her own line in the sand, announcing, as the protests wore on, that she would refuse to step down from the presidency at the end of her term until and unless a, quote, legitimate parliament were empowered to choose her successor. Said Zurabichvili when explaining her decision in a public address, quote, "We are confronting today the stolen elections, the illegitimate parliament, and an illegitimate parliament cannot elect anything other than an illegitimate government and an illegitimate president. My mandate ends when the new legitimate president will be elected. That depends on new elections, and it's the main demand of the people on the streets." Whether or not Zurabichvili will be allowed to hold on to her position is not currently clear, but despite her lack of executive authority, she's used her stature to bait Georgian Dream into what very quickly could become another political inflection point. Choose a new president to take her place, haul her away by force, perhaps even detain or charge her, and she'll provide yet another opportunity for the people of Georgia to express their outrage. As she herself explained it while speaking with Reuters, they need to have somebody to rally around, and I'm that figure. Georgian Dream's leaders have vowed to punish protesters who they describe as, quote, violent groups, and to prosecute politicians who they see as being responsible for the movement against them. Said Prime Minister Kobakidze, quote, "We are closely monitoring everyone's actions, and they will not go without a response." Kobakidze continues to insist that Georgia's EU integration is still viable, quoting him here, "The only thing we have rejected is the shameful and offensive blackmail, which was, in fact, a significant obstacle to our country's European integration." Kobakidze has leveled accusations against, quote, Ukrainianization of Georgia, and said that, quoting again, "The ill wishes of our country have turned the European Parliament into a blunt weapon of blackmail against Georgia, which is a great disgrace for the European Union." Meanwhile, they've dismissed President Zurabichvili as having become unstable, but they've been unable to stop her from taking to the streets. In one incident that's gone viral, Zurabichvili confronted a riot-shielded, black-clad police officer directly and asked softly, "Your duty is to protect the statehood of this country and its citizens. It is not your duty to disperse the people. Are you serving Russia or Georgia?" And it's in the prospect that Georgia's Prime Minister raised, the prospect of Ukrainianization, that we find the ultimate spectre that Georgian Dream so fears, that a growing consensus inside and outside of Georgia agree is coming. In 2014, the Maidan Revolution in Ukraine dealt with very similar political circumstances, ousting a pro-Russian president after that guy had refused to engage with the EU. It was the largest democratic mass movement in Europe since the Cold War, striking against not just Ukraine's president at that time, but its entire ruling oligarch class. And it worked. There was, of course, a pretty massive downside. Russia responded by annexing Crimea. Counter-revolutionary protests in the eastern Donbass region quickly turned into a Russian-supported insurgency, and eventually, the Russian troops marched on Kiev to kick off an invasion that still continues to this day. But in Eastern Europe and West Asia, the legacy of the Maidan Revolution isn't that they provoked some unavoidable consequence. The movement's legacy is that these smaller nations can stand up to Russia and win. Fast forward to today, and the profound and extensive similarities between the Maidan Revolution and Georgia's situation are nearly impossible to miss. Again, a Russia-backed oligarch has taken power under hazy circumstances, put a stop to his country's attempts to engage more broadly with the EU, and responded to public outcry with the use of force. And like Ukraine back in 2014, the stakes in Georgia have never been higher. Said one spokesman for a Georgian opposition party speaking with ABC News, "It's absolutely a tipping point. It's a real national revolt, a national resistance movement. The people who are sacrificing everything right now for the freedom of this country will not walk back. And everyone understands that we're all in this together." That's it. It's kind of game over, either for us or for them. That sentiment that these protests are something of a final showdown over the question of Georgia's future has grown more and more widespread across the country to the point of near unanimity. That's not to say that the protests get any easier to manage. After all, Georgian Dream is deeply entrenched, appears to represent the interests of a pro-Russia oligarchy, and is on the verge of total political victory, if it can just get past this hurdle. But neither side here can afford to lose, and one of them is going to have to. As we stated earlier, it's not inconceivable that some change in circumstances could present either side, or both, with an off-ramp for de-escalation. But at present, it doesn't seem as if any off-ramps are readily available. With the stakes this high, with both Georgian Dream and the Georgian opposition well aware that this is the final battle, it's very difficult to see either side backing down. Unfortunately for the entire country, however, that leaves just three ways out: revolution, repression, or civil war. Successful state repression at this stage seems unlikely. Police and state security have done everything short of massacring protesters, and the movement is still gaining strength. Of the two likelier options, revolution would be the less painful one, with enough of Georgia's military, its civil apparatus, and its population coming around to the protest movement that Georgian Dream and its supporters can't justify holding out. But at the time of writing, there aren't many signs of a full-on revolution either. The state media is loyal. Georgia's military has stayed mostly on the sidelines. The police are in lockstep, and few public officials outside the legislative opposition have resigned or protested. The movement does still have the potential to change those minds and bring civil institutions around to its side, but that's a whole lot of minds to change. If some of them break the protesters' way, but not all, and if some of the military, some within the state security forces, and some within civil government turn, but not all, then it's here that we find the most ruinous outcome of all. If both sides believe this is the final battle, both sides have enough support to believe they can win, and both sides end up with military hardware and willing foot soldiers on their side, that's the option we call a civil war. If the country actually fights such a battle, it could very quickly become a mess of foreign involvement and proxy engagements. And if the country looks like it's on the brink, then it could even provide Russia the pretext to take unilateral...
I love War Fronts. It's like my favorite channel now.
Ukraine-like action.
I learned so much.
Flesh out that possibility to say that it's the likeliest outcome. In fact, direct intervention in Georgia by either Russia or the West seems highly unlikely at this stage. But unless Georgia catches a lucky break, it's facing one of the three broad options we've laid out in what will be a pivotal moment for the country's future. Whether the ultimate outcome is repression, revolution, or civil war, only Georgia can decide. And all indicators are Georgia will be deciding quickly. And in our final story today, we travel to the Balkans, where an apparent act of sabotage in the nation of Kosovo has put the entire region on edge. In the late hours of the evening, on Friday the 29th of November, an explosion ripped through a critical waterway called the Iber-Lepens Canal. The canal is a vital installation in Kosovo, providing water for hundreds of thousands of people in the area of the country that's widely regarded as having the greatest development potential nationwide. Not only that, but its water is the critical coolant for two coal-fired power plants that provide most of Kosovo's electricity. All that however, was gone in an instant as the explosion punched a hole through the side of the canal, setting off urgent efforts to rebuild and recover. Kosovo's leaders wasted no time in levying blame for the explosion, which was widely recognized in short order as a probable act of sabotage. The culprit, according to Kosovo, was Kosovo's far larger next-door neighbor, Serbia. Of course, you look at recent history and it's not hard to see why Serbia would be the subject of some finger-pointing. After all, Serbia doesn't even recognize Kosovo as an independent nation and still claims it as an autonomous province. There's also quite a bit of difficult history around the Kosovo War of the late 1990s, where Yugoslavia, the predecessor nation that largely evolved into Serbia, devastated the region. But history isn't enough by itself to levy accusations of modern-day sabotage, and for Kosovo, history wasn't the justification at all. Over the last year, tensions between Serbia and Kosovo have continually been ratcheting upward as Kosovo's leaders have worked to dismantle a system that currently allows Serbia to deliver social and political services to Serbs living in Kosovo. In the past years, Kosovo's Serbs have used Serbian currency, driven around with Serbian license plates, and benefited from Serbian domestic institutions as if they lived in the place Serbia claims they do, an autonomous, but still very Serbian region that just so happens to be called Kosovo. The Kosovar government's attempts to break apart that system have been well received among the ethnic Albanians who make up the majority of the country, and Kosovo is rolling into an election season with the country's leaders hoping that they'll cruise to another term in office as thanks for their work on this issue. For that reason, Kosovo has already been anticipating potential Serbian acts of sabotage or unrest, probably coming by way of Serb militias that are known to organize in the country's north. In September of 2023, one such militia carried out a highly coordinated, sophisticated attack on a police patrol, leveraging about 30 heavily armed militiamen to kill one officer and injure another. 3 militiamen would be killed in the resulting shootout, although most were able to successfully escape. In another more recent attack, the week before the canal explosion, hand grenades were lobbed at multiple locations in northern Kosovo, including a police station, probably by the militias as well. Serbia is believed to work intimately with those militias, propping them up and supplying them, even as Serbia's own leaders work toward an objective that appears a good deal more foreboding. Serbia's current leadership, under President Aleksandar Vučić, is working toward a project referred to as Serb World, an ideological attempt.
This looks very dark to me. I'm going to turn the HDR off.
The ethnic Serbs who live in Kosovo. Parallel to their ideological push, Serbia's leaders have overseen a large-scale rearmament with everything from fighter jets and attack helicopters to
HDR is off.
Iranian-made suicide drones. Kosovo knows full well
I want to turn it on.
to dismantle Serbian support for Kosovar Serbs has been received in Belgrade. And the smaller nation understands that if its current leadership is further emboldened in the upcoming set of elections, Serbia will almost certainly react poorly. In the wake of the attack on the canal, Kosovo has asserted that the nature of the blast suggested that amateur militias hadn't pulled it off alone. And when police raids the following day resulted in a total of 8 arrests, they generated
I don't know,
clear
that's
evidence
kind of
that
bright.
either these militias were getting external support, or they had a very unusual ability to collect their own military-grade hardware. Across raids on 10 locations, Kosovar police reported collecting 6 shoulder-fired rocket launchers, over 200 military uniforms.
The sun almost blinds me. It's awesome.
Meanwhile, early forensic evidence showed that the attack on the dam used an explosive of between 15
HDR is
and
better.
20 kilograms. Those who were arrested are likely to be charged with terrorism offences, and they've been tied to a particular militia that Kosovo has classified as a terrorist organisation, Civilna Zaštita, translating to civil protection. Meanwhile, efforts are underway to get
civil protection, like fucking, like Half-Life 2?
So badly that the nation's power plants had to be shut down.
Why do you sound like the bad guys from Half-Life 2? You sound like the bad guys from Half-Life 2. Civil protection. Fuck them. You know? And you shoot them a bit and they go squaw, and their radio squawks when they die.
To have to be starkly limited in some
Fucking
areas.
civil
Kosovo's
protection.
broader response
Fuck
is
civil
just as telling
protection.
as its direct action to address this incident. In an emergency...
It might be fun to replay Half-Life 2. I imagine it's probably the most playable it's ever been, you know? Like nice fast frame rate and stuff, and like, yeah, I mean, like Half-Life 2 is a fun game. That's a fun little like shooter. It kind of like goes for a while.
Meeting on the same day as
Most
the
of
arrest,
it is the
Kosovo's
airboat.
Security Council approved a surge of security forces to the north. Once they're on scene, they'll bolster security in and around critical infrastructure, including everything from bridges to radio towers to that same canal in question. Within its justice ministry, investigations are ongoing to find connections between Civilna Zaštita and the Serbian government, with international analysts speculating that any confirmation of Serbia's involvement might be taken in Kosovo as an act of war. Kosovo's leaders have accused Syria of copying Russian attempts to sow discord and engage in sabotage across Europe, accusing Serbia of trying to take power and heating offline during the winter. Serbia has responded by condemning the surge as a crackdown on the Kosovar Serb population and claiming that Kosovo would make too much of the explosion at the canal so as to use it as a pretext. Serbia's leaders have categorically denied involvement in the issue, and Serbia's president has offered support in the resulting investigations. There are, however, a few lingering bright spots to suggest that this flashpoint might not boil over imminently, even if Kosovo does find a connection and condemn Serbia's behavior as an act of war. For one thing, Kosovo isn't in any position to actually fight a war against Serbia, where it would be outmatched 2-1 in manpower before even factoring in Serb militias, where it would be unable to respond effectively to a crush of Serbian tanks or a wave of combat aircraft in the skies above. Nor does Kosovo have much in the hope of fooling its backers in the West into rushing to Kosovo's defense, guns blazing, in response to a simple act of non-lethal sabotage. The US and Europe routinely criticized Kosovo's leadership for needlessly escalating tensions in the region. And if Kosovo were to declare that the canal attack was a Serbian act of war, then that declaration would be more likely to garner frustration and skepticism than sympathy. To be clear, the status quo does not invalidate the broader reality at play in the Balkans. Serbia is rearming. It is breaching a dire version of the Serbian ethno-nationalist message that led to the Balkan Wars in the 1990s. And the frozen conflict that is the Balkan region could very well flare up again within the next year or two. While war over this canal incident is unlikely, it's significantly more plausible that Kosovo may engage in crackdowns against ethnic Serbs on its own territory. Crackdowns against Serbs in Kosovo might lead to future sabotage or militia support from Serbia.
Oh my god, look at all these crates.
Draws another reaction.
I have so
Kosovo
much stuff.
draws another reaction from Serbia, and so on. But for what it's worth, the canal attack
Nice 12 iron wood planks.
war breaks out. If it's remembered in history at all, then it'll be remembered as
Asmodeum.
one more intermediate step up the long ladder of escalation in the Balkans. Just another little data point in a progression that may or may not lead to all-out war. Thank you for watching.
Yep. His one about the social contract was so good. I had no idea that the tyrants used the social contract. I had no fucking idea. The social contract, I had no idea. I thought it was this thing having to do with classism. Like if you work in the society, that the society will take care of you and make sure you don't starve to death and you're protected at war and stuff. But no, the social contract is actually when a tyrant tells its people that you don't have to worry about politics anymore. I'll take care of all of that. You don't have to vote. You don't have to do anything. We're going to take all that away. We'll worry about the politics. You just be productive people. That's the social contract, and it's something that a tyrant does when they take over. It's what dictators do. They're like, oh, I'll worry about the government. You worry about you being a citizen. And that's the social contract. And it's actually incredibly fucking insidious, and I had no fucking idea. I had no idea that's what was like their main like thing. And they tell people all the time, they're like, this is the social contract, bitch. I took over the government. I'll worry about this. You worry about being a citizen. That's the social contract. That's fucked up. I had no idea. U.S. approved long-range strikes into Russia, which isn't too good. And I want to hear about that one too. That was 2 weeks ago, but I missed the whole thing.
Our lead story today comes out of Ukraine, where after months upon months of patience and frustration, President Volodymyr Zelensky has finally gotten the green light. On November the 17th, 2024, outgoing US President Joe Biden authorized Ukraine to use long-range missiles supplied by the United States to attack targets inside Russia for the very first time. All right, hello, just a note before we continue. Since the day that we wrote the bulk of this episode and it was recorded, there have been a few more key developments on the long-range missile story that we want to ensure that we cover in this installment. If you hear something in the next 10 minutes or so and find yourself wanting to say, wait, that's different now, we're going to cover those items in a quick insert just like this one before we move on to our other stories for the week. News moves really quickly. The decision has been a long time coming for the United States, and it's a decision that we've covered at length on the Situation Room before. But for posterity's sake, here are the basics. Ukraine has been asking for permission to use long-range missiles against targets inside Russia for some time, after those long-range missiles were provided to the country by America and some of its allies.
We are still waiting for your permission.
To this point,
How is that like? I mean, how is that not basically war with Russia? If we're you know, and then that was, I mean, like that's the really the thing about it. I think is how is that not war with in Russia? Yeah, I'm just gonna do all these because they're taking up so much fucking room. All these fucking songs, they're so annoying. I'd rather just get the research, yeah. I didn't know you could do this. I mean, I knew, but I just never took the time to do it because I was like, why? I'm like, my problem with my old character is the server is always dead. It's not dead all the way, but it's like Lilith is dead. It's not a you know, I believe it's been merged too, so it doesn't even, it's not even like really dead anymore. It's just like legacy. Those are legacy servers, and you could make an argument that that's a better place to be because you just permanently play that character all the time, and all my main crafting is on that character. But now I've got like 5 fucking characters. I've got like 5 characters, and they're all really good. They're all really good. They're all like capped out. They all have like, you know, everything that they need. And I'm like, why not do this on a new character on the fresh start where there's other people? And then so this ends up being my main. But then 18 months later, they drop some fresh start, and I'm like, yeah, I don't care about this character anymore, and I ditch. And like, it's weird. Like, I'm wearing characters like clothes now, and I outgrow them or whatever. My God, I had a lot of these and I didn't know. Yeah, all these worthless pieces of paper, but they take up like this number in. I'm realizing now that it really harms you to keep all this stuff, and I'm just starting to sell all of it because the characters are worthless anyway after 18 months. So, like, who cares about holding stuff on them? It's an old attitude I have from WoW because I know that my WoW character will last, like, you know, 100 years or something, but these characters are a bit more throwaway. And honestly, anything that you can get from everything that you have, and like now I really resent the 100 auction list. And I'm learning to like auction more intelligently, and rather than just stick things up in the hopes for sales, I just stick things up at like a quarter price because I just want to sell it. And I've always been pretty good at that, but I have this long term look at it, kind of from WoW, where I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play this character forever, and like honestly, no, I don't even think I'll probably play the game forever. When Lord of the Rings hits, and it has this engine, I know that I'm just gonna go to that game. And you know, and if it has good combat like this, and it has good music, and it has good Lord of the Rings, you know, it'll be a superior game to this, especially because they can probably work on a new engine. They're probably worried about the engine a bit in terms of like what sucked about this game. They're like, oh, the UI was so bad, the auction house was so bad, and they're like looking at fixes hopefully, and I hope they do it in Unreal Engine. Honestly, I really hope that they do Lord of the Rings in Unreal Engine. But I don't think so. I think they're going to do it in whatever fork of whatever this engine is. While this engine's good and it's proven that they can be successful, remember the New World tanked. And like, I don't know if this engine's that good. I don't know. Musician study collection. Now, so okay, this just levels my music, huh? Okay, cool. Well, this was a way better thing to do because all those things take a pointless fucking room in the fucking, yeah. Like this game has a bloat problem in a serious way. I'm selling BOEs right now because the market's actually alive and people are paying, but like the but like there's not enough auction. I can't post enough auctions to deal with all the crap that I have. It's so annoying. It's like this hoarder's problem that's like kind of like inflicted on me by the developer, and it's just me cussing the developer again. You know, it's kind of annoying. I get sick of being in the same loop of cussing the developer. Gonna try and evolve beyond it. Stop cussing the developer and just accept things for how things are. They have money restraints. They have brain restraints. They're dumb. They make poor choices. I can't do anything about it. I just know that, I'm just happy that they fuel my lifestyle, and I'm starting to really, like, I wake up each morning and I'm like, I'm going to cuss the developer for 14 hours now. And I don't know. I'm learning to just stop. I'm just going to try to stop doing it because I do it all the time and it's starting to be this broken record on my fucking stream again. It's fucking annoying, though. I mean, I cuss the developers way too much. Like, I just feel abused all the time. It's fucking annoying. I really hate Microsoft, and I just, Ooh, mining research is good because, yeah, mining needs to go up. I need to reach 205 so I can do the fancy stuff at the ECRs. 163. Alright, we have a filter, but it's still showing passives, which is weird. I'm supposed to see have materials, and I guess it does pop them because I probably do have the materials. I just need, like, to choose better ones. Yeah, like maybe Scarhide or whatever. But I can make it a level 105, or not, I can make a 505 gear score great axe, but I'm only, I see 55 engineering, 83 armoring, and 44 weaponsmithing. Damn. I forget that there's a whole slew of professions at each thing, Yeah, like I guess the smelter is only really burning wood. Charcoal is this huge market that I totally ignore, but charcoal is not really that bad of a market. Like, for instance, if I look at green wood compared to charcoal, I think that's a fairly good profit margin that I could ride each day without really worrying. Like, so let's look at charcoal real quick. Charcoal is a product that people buy. It's not really that good, but it's like 17 cents. Now, if you look at green wood, look, I can make double the money by just buying green wood, especially if I place a buy order for 10,000. Yeah, look, the buy order is at 4 and the current sell order is at 5. Yeah, we want to be competitive. I guess I'll just buy green wood. Or no, green wood's at 7. I can see it. Oh, no, you're not sorting is what it is. Oops. There we go. Green wood's at 5. Yeah, shit, I'll just buy the one. I'll buy those at 5. Yeah, I don't care. Look, it's so cheap. So I'm just going to buy this 3804 for 200 gold. Gonna wander over here, make charcoal, fucking flip it, Fucking flip it. Who cares? Because it's just like, it's double the money. It's like, it's 200 gold into 400 gold. I need to get this money somehow, right? So I have a lot of green wood. I'm gonna burn it. Yeah, and make 1923 fucking charcoal. Ooh, nice money. Duck up. Smelting to 82. See, I win because my shit goes up, and I can just post this charcoal for competitive price, like 16 cents, and it's still double my money or whatever. It's still really good. So now we're going to do this a lot. We're going to, like, overload with 10,000 wood and stumble over there. I mean, well, yeah, look, it's, like, free right there. It's free to just do. Like, right? Because this is like my money back. It's no, it's not the money back, but it helps that guy, and it's not much of a loss. It's like 100 gold. I want to buy more green wood and drive the price of it up. Yep. Green wood is at 6 cents for 2,500. I'll take 2,500. I'll take 10 grand. I'll buy you up. Yep, 600 gold seems good. Okay, now I'm heavy. Oh no, I can't. Oh, I can't move. So what am I at? I'm at 3,000 pounds. So we're gonna have to dump some of this wood in half. I want to split. Move. Yeah, to there. This dropped me to 2,000. I want you to drop this other 5,000. Maximum number. Oh no, I lost money. Or well, if I can open the why won't you let me open the auction house? Oh no, I can move. Never mind, I didn't lose money. Got to be careful buying 10,000. I guess I need to do about 5,000 at a time. That's fine. I'm learning. And I stumble over. I can auto run stumble to the forge. I like his sword. His sword is dope. Is that a weapon skin in the store? That sword is dope as fuck. Charcoal times 10 with wooden coins. Where do I get this? Oh, they're going to use this stone cutting stitch to craft heart gem runes. I don't want to craft heart gem runes. I just want to make charcoal. Yeah. Nice, 200 charcoal. That's fine. Works for me. 3763 charcoal. 4,235 charcoal. I'm at 101 smelting. And I will long sell this charcoal for 17 cents or whatever and double my money. It's fine. I don't care about waiting. You know, that's fine. No, I don't want to pick up. I want to go sell. Sell this charcoal. Not for 5 cents. You say 10. I say 17, and I will slow sell for these, and I'll put these up for fucking 2 weeks or whatever. Yep. 0.17 sell. Yep. And then in a minute, I'll take it all back off again, but I just need to, oh nice, I can still move. Yeah. 5,000 at a time isn't bad, and it's leveling my smelting skill, which will just get me more and more charcoal. Burning wood into charcoal. Yep, 2,500. Then, I'm good, and then we'll go and we'll take all the charcoal and we'll do one sale of it. My orders, the ones that I just put up active in terms of quantity. Oh yeah, those reeds. Good. Then we're going to sell charcoal, 7,000 of it, for a little bit more competitive of a price. I would like double my money, so I'm going to compete with him at 14. I can't see the cursor, so I don't know if you're like registering. It's annoying. Bez. One of the problems about this Bez is I have to move it and compress it, which is kind of annoying. But I mean, it's like, still money though. It's money from nowhere. Sir, Obsidian Flux. I could sell half of this because it is like sitting there. No, like half of it. Yeah, I'll take some money here. I intended to buy a gem and I completely fucking spaced it. I could also take some green wood and move some and produce some other planks and lumber. Because I have aged wood at over at the other place, and I could go bring back some of it and cycle some of it. I could buy green wood and cycle it, and I think I probably will. I'm gonna go back to what I want to see the storage shed, right? In this storage shed, I have a lot of lumber there and some green wood and I have a lot of wood over there and I want to cycle like all of it. I thought I had aged wood and I guess I don't. Well, let's see, my orders, if we look for aged wood, I do have 2405 at Cutlass Keys, but if I pull it off, it deposits 2 Cutlass Keys. Okay, so let's go get the aged wood and we'll process it. That's in Cutlass Keys. Okay, I'm gonna go recall to in. Why do I have to recall to in? Can't I fast travel? Oh no, I'm completely out of Azoth, which is like money. That's more money I'm gonna have to do. Azoth, fuck Azoth. Azoth water infused with water, Azoth runoff, but no, I'm looking for Azoth, just like the vial of Azoth oil, I think it is. No, it's not vial of Azoth, it's just Azoth. What is it? It's like vial of suspended Azoth, right? Isn't it? Isn't that it? Yes, that's it. Open the vial and take the Azoth. Yep. Oh, this is always so expensive. It's so annoying. Alright. I need travel Azoth, so I blew some money. It's fine. Where is the Azoth? Just sort. Where are those? Yep. Yes. Yes. Salvage. Yes. Salvage. Yes. Oh, there we go. 50 common Azoth. Why won't you salvage? I can only open one at a time, or what? Ugh. I thought you used to be able to crack all these at once. No? You can't. Why did you do this? Ugh. Ugh. Maybe a smaller amount cracks or something. This is annoying. How much does this weigh? 12 pounds. But it's nice to be able to just fucking charge my Azoth completely full again, I will say. Do some more crafting, I guess. This is like labor points in an item form. I don't like labor points. It's kind of annoying. I have always sort of hated the Azoth thing. Alright, what else do I have to do? I have to go 2 Cutlass Keys to get that aged wood, and then I want to go to the other place. Forget the name of it. The place in the woods. I can't think of the fucking name. I'll look it on the map, but I'm loading. Let's go back to the northeastern town to go get my wood. And then I'm going to cycle wood at that town and sell lumber. Lumber will make me some money. I blew another 1,000 gold when I didn't mean to, but I mean, I didn't see it coming. It's kind of annoying. But I was out of Azoth, so deal with the problems as they arise. I can't just generate 5 grand out of nowhere. Like, I mean, I can, but it requires some work. I'm doing it. I want to buy a gem for my life staff that'll give me life drain. Yeah, take all this wood. And then go back to Eden Grove was the name of what I could remember. Eden Grove.
Ukraine has only been permitted to use the missiles against Russian-occupied territory in Ukraine itself, but while that certainly makes a difference, it means that Russia can store all sorts of important military hardware on its own territory and be fairly confident that its assets are not in danger. On the one hand, proponents of allowing Ukraine to strike into Russia have argued that this would level the playing field and allow Ukraine to impose costs on Russia for its war effort that are far harder to swallow than simple frontline losses. On the other hand, skeptics in the US and elsewhere have suggested that such an attack could prompt direct Russian retaliation against the US and members of NATO. But following the loss of Biden's Democratic Party in the United States to the Republican Party headed by incoming President-elect Donald Trump, Biden finally reversed course despite apparent continuing resistance from some of his own advisors. According to sources within the White House, speaking to the global press, the difference maker in Biden's decision process was the presence of approximately 10,000 North Korean troops preparing to fight alongside Russia. The presence of these North Korean troops has added a new international dimension to the conflict and has been interpreted by much of the West as a major escalation, especially as reports emerge that those North Koreans have joined a build-up of 50,000 troops that will soon launch an attack. That attack will come in the Kursk region of Russia, on about 700 square kilometers that Ukraine has occupied since August. Whether Biden and his inner circle hope to frame their choice as a direct answer to Russia's escalation by allowing North Korean troops into the conflict, or made the choice in hopes of fundamentally altering the war before leaving office, that's unclear. But what was entirely predictable was the response from both Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine, unsurprisingly, was quite pleased with the decision. Quoting from President Zelensky's nightly address to his nation, "Today, many in the media are talking about the fact that we have received permission to take appropriate actions. But blows are not inflicted with words. Such things are not announced. The rockets will speak for themselves." And in Russia, also unsurprisingly, the response was very much the opposite, said Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov. It is obvious that the outgoing administration in Washington intends to take steps, and they have been talking about this to continue adding fuel to the fire and provoking further escalation of tensions around this conflict. The quote ends. Russia's ambassador to the UN focused additional fire on the leaders of Europe, particularly Britain and France, for going along with the idea, accusing them of, quote, dragging not just their countries, but the entire Europe into large-scale escalation with drastic consequences. French and British leaders, when asked whether they would mirror America's decision to authorize long-range strikes, gave a series of non-answers and vagaries rather than disclose any specifics on their thinking. Meanwhile, Biden's political opponents in the United States condemned the decision, focusing particularly on its potential to cause problems for the incoming Trump administration. Wrote the new president-elect's son, Donald Trump Jr. on X, "The military-industrial complex seems to want to make sure they get World War III going before my father has a chance to create peace and save lives." All right, just before we get back into today's episode, everybody, let's take a quick detour into something I think you'll find incredibly useful, especially now that election season is all wrapped up, but the headlines are still swelling with all sorts of post-election drama. So have you ever found yourself wondering, what's the real story here in news? What's really going on? Well, that's where Ground News, today's sponsor, enters the picture. This app cuts through the noise and lets you see how the same story is being reported from all angles. Let's look at an example. Recently, there was the headline, "Ukraine faces uncertain future as Trump wins presidency." Now, Ground News pulled together hundreds of sources covering this story, and spoiler alert, they're not all singing the same tune. Some outlets are calling it a shift in US foreign policy, while others are raising eyebrows about the future of NATO. But what's fascinating is seeing how each of them spins the story. Ground News shows you exactly where the sources lean politically, whether left, right, or center, so you're not just stuck in an echo chamber. Plus, they've also got the blind spot feature, which shows stories one side of the political spectrum is completely ignored.
Look, making lumber is a really lucrative thing. It actually is. Age wood and the other stuff is not expensive. It really isn't. Look, I had a ton of stuff here for some reason. I had a ton of stuff to sell. 13 cents. Yeah, let's sell for double that. How's that? I have 6,000 gold. I can buy my gem. Okay, we're looking at those leaching diamonds before they disappear. I'd rather buy both of them, honestly. But I'm going to buy one right now. Let's see if I can reach the other one. Oh, look, it's so cheap. Buy. That's cheap even by, look, I kind of want to take advantage of these and sell them for double. I think I could, too. I could generate so much money with this. I'm going to buy all of these, I think, and I'm just going to sell them for double. 9 grand. And I'll get them, too. When people realize... Oh wait, like, wait. Oh no, there was wait leech, right? Leech, anything leech. Search. I thought I saw. I wish you would pull the actual search that I'm looking for. It's fucking annoying. Lumber is a really good market. I can make a lot of money in lumber. I didn't really realize. So do I wait? No, I don't wait. I sell because I need capital to buy wood. It's going to eat up my sandpaper, but that's all right. No, I don't want to sell timber. I want to produce lumber. So we buy... Like, I guess I go back... I take all this stuff that I have here. I have a lot of stuff. It's annoying. I do have a lot of stuff that I need to deposit in somewhere. I guess I'll deposit it here. I like this city. And it has room. Buying the aged wood is tricky. Oh, look, I have a bunch of trophies to sell, too. I don't have the room, but I should sell these trophies. They're worth a lot of money. And I'm just walking around with them for some reason. What else is here? There's a ton of crap here for no reason. Ugh. Alright, fine. Take it. Take it all. So let's go combine this in Everfall, I guess, and we'll do some wood business in Everfall. I didn't know I could just produce money like that, and I'm going to. If they're too lazy to produce their own lumber, I'll take their fucking money. I'll take their money. I'll take their money and buy gems and trophies and stuff. I'll take their money. I'll just produce wood for days. The way. Oh no, what happened here? You can't move or what? No, you're acting weird. Fast travel, damn it.
Warp drive active.
Okay, so oh my god, I have so much stuff. Can I fit all this? I don't think I can, but we're gonna try. There was 3 beetles. I need to sell those. I maybe need to take stuff off the market so I can sell other stuff. It's fucking annoying, but I think I probably do. Okay. Now I need to go cycle, like, again, because I don't think I've got all of it. And plus I've got more Azoth now, so that's sort of a factor. I can produce those crates of stuff. Yeah, like runic leather and stuff. Infused leather, scarhide, and aged tannin, but that requires 200 leatherworking skill. I'm at 91. Was there more stuff? I don't think so. Yeah, oh, there was. There was unusual pollen for harvesting research. 95 house, 174 harvesting. I love this game. It's so mindless. Even the even the crafting is mindless. You just sort of do it. I like it. It's good. It's such a mindless game. They understand that I don't want to think about this stuff. I just want to do it. They understand it. They're like, okay, you can just cycle through everything, get all the skill up that you need. Clam is a tall order, but there's other stuff that I have, like venison and maybe not milk, but like honey or sausage. There, sausage is good. Make energizing light meals and get skill up off of that. Yep, and then cycle like all of that crap. I don't know. Blueberries, I guess. Yeah, make energizing light meals. I don't care. It's throwing my money away, but whatever. I don't really care. Yeah. There, I pulled more food. Yeah. Storage is still a problem in this game, but it's still the nicest that any game's ever been to me, so it makes me want to play the game more.
The capacitor is empty.
It's just frankly nice about it. It's just nice about storage. It's not incredibly bad about it. It doesn't torture you like WoW or... I mean, WoW doesn't torture you anymore, but it did for years. Yeah, it doesn't torture you about storage space the way the ESO or any of those other ones do. This game is so superior to ESO in so many different ways. It's such a better game than ESO. It's weird. It's very similar to ESO in a lot of ways. For one thing, the PvP in it is not dead. You know? Maybe I should do an OPR, but I know what'll happen. It'll suck and it'll take forever. Tournament, fishing, research. Fishing's good. Yeah, give me fishing skill points. I can make basic mount victuals, I guess. That's always good money. 84. I guess I could make basic mount victuals and stuff. Like victuals, yeah. That would be a money game. Oh, I have the... Yeah, like, I guess I need room to sell stuff. And I need to take the stuff that's not going to sell off of the fucking auction house. I do. But I need to cycle first, I guess. I'm all over the place. I admit it. It's hard to decide how to do this and in what order. Lots of sausage. Daddy, would you like some sausages? Not a lot of sausage, no. Just some. Yep, there we go. Okay. And, outfitting. I've got more Azoth. Maybe that can... Yeah, I got a lot of armor fragments and stuff. So give me runic leather. Yeah, runic leather seems like a good pursuit. This eats my Azoth, you know? But I have a lot of these scraps and stuff. I wonder if there's a market there. It seems kind of cheap to run Azoth all day and just buy these infused armor scraps and produce leather. Let's go do that and just see how much of a hustle I can scare up money-wise there and just see what some experimentation with it is. So that was infused armor scraps. I think those sell for fairly cheap. Infused armor. There we go. It's too cold in here now. I'm going to turn on my heater again until it's nice and toasty. I love my heater. It's got this remote, so I don't even have to, like, get up. It's fucking awesome. Yeah, you. Turn on. Damn it. I was hitting the wrong button. There we go. Infused armor fragment. And I, like, cycle till it's warm, and then I turn it off till it's cold, and then I cycle till it's warm. It's a better way to do it. Cheaper. Infused armor fragment. Are you having trouble pulling this up or what? Yes, that was it. Yeah, you. Yep. See, they're not that expensive. I want to buy like 200 gold worth and just see where this goes. Because I have this feeling that the leather itself is worth more. Or not, yeah, leather. Was it leather? Yeah, I think at the outfitting station I can make like a bunch of leather. And it gives me outfitting skill or armoring. And yeah, it gives me jewel crafting skill, I think, actually. What does this give? It gives... What is this? What kind of skill is this going to give? It's armoring skill, which is good. Yeah, so we can make it... We can just make... We can make a bunch of runic leather. Yep. And now we're out of Azoth probably. Yep. So I need to run those Azoth vials, which I think they're back in my box now. I think I've stashed them away. Oh yeah. Oh no. I don't know. Is the Azoth in my inventory right now? No. Now that seems weird. Did I put it away? I must have. Where did I put the Azoth? Azoth. There you are. Wait, can I split down to like 19 or whatever and then crack them? Will you let me crack that smaller amount? Yes, salvage that. Yes, salvage it. Yes, you. Oh, you forced me to open my boxes. Oh well. Okay, so yes, you salvage. Yep. Open. What amount? What? Like, God damn it! At what amount can I salvage these? Ugh. You can just buy labor points, basically. That's funny. I wonder if this was money. We need to find out. I need to sell the runic leather and see what I can get. I don't think this was money. I think this was a loss. But it gets armoring skill, which is something that is attractive to me. I've never reached 200 armoring, so that's an achievement that I would like to get. You won't even let me salvage one of these, which is really weird. Will it let me salvage it in the other inventory? Yeah, the other... Will you let me salvage if it's in the other one? Why are you doing that? No. Why did you do this? Azoth. You. Nope. Alright, well. I'm just going to carry these around. It's a good way to get runic leather, but I don't know. I don't think it sells well enough to pay for what I spent. But I bought skill up. Like I look at it as like I'm buying skill up. It's a fun thing to do with the money. I got the gem that I need. Yeah, I do have that gem that I need. Yeah, I bought that gem that I need, which is nice. Yeah, I put that gem in my life staff. I forgot all about that. Gem, where are you? Yeah, this thing. Ooh, rune glass of... Yeah, I want to buy rune glass and do rune glass stuff. But anyways, I want to put you in my life staff. Yes. There we go. And now my life staff has its nice gem that it needs. Okay, let us go back to work doing those infused scraps and see what kind of more leather I can pull. But I need to crack this Azoth. Go back to the outfitting and dump more runic leather. I used up all my armor fragments. Pure solvent. I've got some other diamond business and stuff to make. Silver settings out of silver ingots. Yeah, I think silver hook. Let's do one of each. Silver hook. Silver chain. Common gemstone dust. Weak oak flesh bomb. 6 of them. I thought I'd already made all this, but I guess not. Yep, I did pull some oil. I'm using those, huh? No. I took them off my bar, so I can just sell them. I can sell the oak flesh, because they do sell. Yeah, I don't use strong oak flesh anymore. It's just... like, it just takes up a slot that I'm not really interested in using. It's annoying, but... Okay, so that was everything in terms of leather. Leather, yep. And then, so I do have some runic leather. Those tuning, that corrupted lodestone, that sells. So... yeah, I need to kick like 30 items off of my auction and put other things up. Or no, I don't know. Maybe I need to just... well, yeah, like I do. I need to look at my orders. Active right now. I've got 98 active, and I want to sort by price. And we're looking at things that just aren't likely to sell very soon. Like, that's not likely to sell. These things aren't going to sell. The breaching, I don't know why they're so... like, they're set so high. That's not going to happen. I'll just crack these things. They're just taking up slots, right? Corruptive fragments, I think will sell, so we're gonna leave those up. But yeah, these breaching things, this is just like locking up my auction. Oh, I do have those luxury mount vittles up. Yeah, these breaching things, they're not gonna sell for this. They'll sell for 10. Yeah, all this breaching stuff, this stuff will not sell. I'll just crack all of it. Cutlass keys. God damn it. It's fine. Infused health potions, they don't need to sit there for that price, and they won't sell for that price. Those might sell, and that's the stuff that I do want to sit there. Juicy ham hock will not sell for that price. I don't know why I tried. Corrupted fragments will sell for that price. Right? Complex mount vitamins might sell. Yeah, probably for that price. Yep. Claw shoes, no deal. Items just don't sell. Like, I'm learning that they just take up dead slots. What I'm at now, 86. That's good because I want to post furniture. A lot of furniture. Furniture will sell. Yeah, we're mining. I want to... oh, did my FFXI die? It must have. Wow, okay. Did I log? No, I didn't log. I don't know. Maybe the server died? Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so, gonna take other stuff off the market that won't sell. Yeah, I'm starting to see, like, this stuff. This stuff will not sell. That takes up valuable slots on my market that just really won't sell. So, take them off and crack them. I don't care about these things. I don't care about their projected value or anything. Yeah, selling BOEs is like a shaky premise when I have so much other stuff that could really sell. I mean, maybe people seem to think that it'll sell for that much. Good. I got about 20 items off. We're down where yeah. Now these sales I might make. So yeah, and then we're just looking for now quantity wise. Let's see if there's things sitting there that just won't sell. Like these reeds are not selling. We'll repost those for a more same price. Now, like, people think that I'm getting those sales, but I'm not. So we're going to drop cheaper to like 0.49 and see if I can compete there. I'll put these up for 14 days. Yeah. Now, my items, my orders, sell orders, quantities. Green wood needs to come off, and that nice green. Okay, I have a lot of green wood at Cutlass Keys. That's good to know. I'm gonna go grab that. I'm gonna go pull Cutlass Keys out. Look at how much fucking. Wait, no, I don't need to recall 2 in. I can just fast travel. Look at how much fucking time moving all this stupid ass MMO loot around takes. It's just dumb, you know. I suppose I need to maybe take a load and sell, and I guess I'm in between, so I might as well. Okay, silver ore for 4701. Looks like the sales have gone down. 4701. 4701. Silver ingots for 19.7. I want 2101, and I won't sell till I get it. Copper ingots 3701. There, I lowered the price of copper for them, but I wanted to make